Go. And apparently, are we live yet? Are we live yet? Are we live? Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yes, I just came. We're live. Oh my goodness. Oh, and goddamn, I have not got the right thing set up. Holy shit. There we go. Perfection. Now to just make sure, that reminds me, I should check that these things are set up, because sometimes Windows updates happen and they fuck with my settings. They fuck with my settings. And it's really like, it's not cool, man. It's not cool. It ain't cool. We be live up in this his house. Yo. There we go. Putting that on the Twitter machine. Sharing that out to the world so that people know that I'm live in this his house, hizzy, for hizzle shizzle, my nizzle, this, we're cool here. We know how to do the cool, right? You chat, you know how to do the cool. I know you know how to do the cool. I think we're trying to go in for the cringe awards at the moment. Hello, Hero Speed, Simon Aho, Sibyl, a lot of S's in the chats today, which is to say two. Sibylla, I can see you, haha. MRA, all Camille, all the people. Very, very good to see people showing up. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to see people here on the stream. I always get so happy to come on here and to share things with you people, doing the things with the stuff that are the things that are good. So, this is one of those things, right, where it's like, do I wait for more people to pour in? Do I wait to see if we're gonna, if I should get a larger sampling of audience, or should I just hit the ground running? It's one of the things philosophers, I think, deal with. Like, how long do you just ramble before jumping into the meat of things when you start a show? It's like, how much leeway do you want to give your audience? Well, you know what I need to do? I need to stop playing my music, because I'm a big silly, and I'd almost forgotten to play it. I had it all there. Now, the main thing I want to make sure is that it's not too loud, because I was listening back. I was listening back yesterday, right? And it was too loud. I mean, not yesterday. When I was editing, I was listening back to it, and it was too loud. It was way too loud. And I was like, that's just unfucking acceptable for that to be too loud. So I'm making sure it isn't too loud. Something I'm also doing is I am experimenting with recording the audio and the audio from my desktop and the audio from the microphone on separate tracks, so that when I'm in the editing bay just getting the VOD ready for everyone, I can go in and go, actually, that music was way too loud. I'm going to bring it down a bit, because I was able to do that last time, but it was very complicated. I had to feed it into an AI called La La La. It's called lalala.ai. It's a web-based thing. You have to pay money if you have a file longer than 10 minutes, because they give you a little bit of, it's like AI upscaling those sites. You get a little bit of you get a little free sample, and then you got to pay for more, because anytime you use it, that's like server. They run it through cloud processing and all that. So, there's a reason they charge for that sort of thing. They can't offer that service for free. So I had to pay for that. I had to pay for enough to deal with like a big, a big 1.7 gigabyte file, that went for 5 hours. No, went for almost 7 hours. Sorry. So I was able to split the audio and so I was able to split the narration from the music very, very cleanly. So anyone who's watched the VOD compared to the original broadcast version will know that the music is much quieter in the VOD version because I was able to do some balancing there. But I would rather that be done on the fly. And failing to do it on the fly, I would at least prefer I would at least prefer to what would I prefer? I'm my train of thought just got lost. I would prefer to be able to easily just adjust it in post just by fiddling with the audio tracks, rather than having to go through the entire process of getting like a machine learning algorithm to take a look at my file audio and then go, okay, so this is the narration, this is the music. Why didn't you record these separately? You know, poor bot. I don't want to overwork the bot. Like those guys, they have it hard enough without me like just splurging all over it. But gotta have at least an hour-long intro, right? Well, I don't, maybe we do, maybe we don't. Depends on if I have enough to ramble about for an hour, really. Like, without my notes. Like, I have my notes here, but how long can I go unscripted is the question. Sometimes it can be for 4 hours. Sometimes it's significantly less. Sometimes I just have less to talk about. It just depends on when my brain is at any given point in time. Let's see. Give me the meat and give it to me raw. Shilbo Bezos. Okay. Well, I'll try to give you the meat. I'll pack that meat, send it to you, gift wrapped. It's gonna be a wonderful salty surprise. Ryan Johnson style. I assume that's in reference to the no script. I see where you're coming from there. That's true. Well, this is kind of Ryan Johnson style because the whole point of this podcast is I don't have to do like constant redrafts and fucking didn't Ryan say that he kept 90% of the first draft for the shooting script of TLJ? It's like, oof, man, you as someone who's written a screenplay myself, and also written some other things, trust me when I say, I have heard the saying that the first draft of anything, like this was specifically, the person who said this specifically said it in reference to books, but it applies to anything narratively you're writing. The first draft is you telling yourself how the story is going to go. That's the same for the outline, the detailed summary, the treatment, everything, end up to the first draft. All of that is just you telling yourself how the story is going to go. And then the subsequent drafts are actually you taking, because what you're doing with those initial things is you are, if we see it like the sculptor, right? That's the outline, the treatment, the first draft. That isn't you carving the sculpture out of the marble. That's you digging up the marble. That's you getting the right slab of marble. That's you cutting out just the right slab of marble that you can eventually chip away into, I don't know, the Michelangelo's David or something. But it's gonna be very rare that you pull, this marble out of the ground and it's already completely formed. I'm not saying it's 100% impossible. It's just so improbable that it's not worth gambling on. Meme, what's the best redrafting process? I'm not sure if there are specific processes that people use and that people recommend in books or in other YouTube videos and stuff. For me, it's like whenever I start writing, I never start by just writing blocks of text. I start by dot pointing every idea that comes into my head. And then those dot points get increasingly detailed as time goes along, as the mental fluids are allowed to flow. And then what happens next is once I get the once I have once the dot points starting to take shape, I start ordering the dot points if they're not already in order. and then I start filling in gaps with more dot points. I take vague dot points, I arrange them around, and I basically keep doing this until I have basically an outline or a varying detail that forms a more or less complete story. And then one of two things might happen after that. I might write the treatment if it's like a screenplay or something. I might do that just to get even more detail there, or I might jump straight into the first draft using my dot point outline as a guide. When I get through that, I like to take a little bit of under ideal circumstances, I like to give myself a bit of distance from it so that I can look at it with fresh eyes. But then once I do that, I start reading. I go through the script again, and I try not to approach it as the person who wrote it. I try to approach it as a critic. So I'm thinking about, if this was like a movie or even a script that someone had handed me, but I try to treat it like if this was how the film was, if this is how it was put on screen, how many issues would I have with how it's written? So I'm looking out for plot holes, contrivances. I'm looking for bad dialogue. Dialogue's easily the hardest part of script writing, by the way. Like, I'm not even really joking about that. Like, yes, and I even mean that it's the hardest part if you're dealing with stuff like time travel and multiverses and stuff, because at least with that stuff, there's almost a science to how you can sort through that, because all that is basically just working out your mechanical consistency, which even at the really hard levels like time travel and stuff, you can still, like, if you dedicate enough time, you can still create a consistent system. The problem with dialogue is that while there are like mechanics to dialogue writing, like you want to make sure that you want to think about, are these things that these characters would actually say? Do these speech patterns line up with a character with this background? You always want to be thinking about what is consistent for where this character is at this point in their life. The most difficult part for me with the redrafting process is figuring out, is kind of that almost like, it's not figuring out what these characters would say in the broad sense. It is figuring out how humans generally speak and how do you translate that into the spoken word. I think Tarantino described dialogue writing as, you want to make it like, you want to have it be almost the same as how people talk in real life, but with all the boring parts cut out. I think there's a little bit more to it than that, but I think that's kind of an interesting way to describe it. And so I'm constantly going back into I think the dialogue is the thing that, in terms of stuff that actually gets rewritten, like I will add scenes, I will tweak events, I will try to make things less contrived. But I think as far as the thing that is consistently in a state of flux, the dialogue is the thing I'm never satisfied with, because it is so difficult to just create these natural human conversations that also have a larger purpose within the narrative, and having, it's a balance, right? Having just enough fluff in there to make it feel real, and also having that fluff, quote unquote, inform who that character is. Sometimes the temptation is to go really big, have monologue after monologue, when really sometimes the things that are going to inform your characters the most are tiny little lines in response to the world around them. Or sometimes it's not even a line, it's a look. It's you trusting that you're going to be able to get an actor who can communicate something just with a look. Which doesn't apply if you're writing a novel, obviously. But sometimes, it is true when the general adage of less is more, generally true. There's exceptions to that, of course, as with anything. Something interesting is like a character like Data from Star Trek. He's interesting because the rules of dialogue writing both do and do not apply to him, if that makes sense. So you need him. So there are, and that's because the parameters of how you would write a character like that, who is Data, for those not in the know, is a android who doesn't feel emotion, but he wants to, but his motivation is to become more human. He wants to feel emotions. He wants to understand people. So there's a lot of very obvious things that Data will say that would never be acceptable with a regular character. He will make very obvious observations. But that's okay, because that's part of his journey. Stuff that is very obvious to us is like mind-blowing to him. It's confusing to him even, and that's kind of part of it. And you can do a lot, and you can get away with a lot more with Data and actually use that to your advantage than you would be able to do it with someone who should know better, who should be fundamentally familiar with the human experience. So that's something always interesting to think about. There are it's kind of like I guess the best way to put it is there are hard set in stone rules, so you always need the characters to be consistent with what you've established about them. But there are rules of thumb where most of the time they will apply, but there are going to be exceptions to those rules, like Lieutenant Commander Data. So that's something interesting to think about when writing dialogue. It's bad dialogue is all about the plot. We never hear the character speak to an extent. I think there's a little bit more to it sometimes, because a character can just have a line that has nothing to do with the plot, but it can still be out of character. But generally speaking, if all the characters are there to do is provide exposition, and they don't actually tell you anything about, and the exposition isn't even telling them anything about themselves, like they're not communicating anything through their actions, they're not communicating anything through how they word things, you are in a bad spot. You are in a very bad spot. Not an unfixable spot if you're still redrafting. Something interesting, something that Hollywood is unfortunately too aware of, is that you absolutely can fix a film even in the editing bay. Star Wars was fixed in the editing bay. ADR, reshoots, even just the way you structure scenes and what dialogue you choose to not leave in the film can easily improve it. Like the edit is known as the final draft, for a good reason. So if you do have a first draft that is like, it's got potential there, but it's not really everything it could be, don't worry about it. Just keep redrafting, keep iterating, keep learning about stories, keep learning about what does and does not make a good story. Learn about, try to hone your instincts. Try to think about not only the contradictions, but the contrivances. Like, does your story, because ultimately stories should run on cause and effect, right? So, you need to think about, is anything in this story contradictory to something else that was established in this story? And how many things in this story rely on luck? Now, luck is not as hard. Contrivances in stories is kind of an interesting issue, because they're not always. Luck is not always a bad thing in a story. It just depends on where the luck is. And the way I put it is, the appeal of storytelling to begin with is the question of what if. What if this extremely unlikely event happened? What would happen? How would people react? So the most interesting stories are often the ones that do rely on luck to a certain degree, but that's only with the inciting incident. Beyond the what if part, beyond the question of what if, you want to limit how much your characters are relying on luck. Now, look, I know from experience, it is very difficult to not have any contrivances in a story, because it's difficult to line it up in a way that everything is 100% relying on character choices 100% of the time. So if you want, in a pinch, make sure that none of your payoffs rely on luck. That's all I ask. Just make sure your payoffs don't rely on the luck. Like, I'll just make up an example off the top of my head. Say, you know, the story. It really, you know, it's a classic. Say it's a classic good versus evil story, and the biggest payoff relies on the villain being defeated. That's pretty simple. Even if there's been a lot of contrivances in your story up until that point, don't I don't think that's good. But at the very bare minimum, make sure that that the villain is defeated thanks to the hero's actions, rather than, you know, rocks fall, everyone dies, that sort of thing. Try to make sure, unless, and of course there are exceptions to that rule as well. Like if it is a story that is about luck, if it's like a slice of life anthology that is about all the coincidences in our world, that can be very interesting. But I think the distinction there is that's baked into the premise of the story, rather than, and the whole appeal of that story, the whole point of that story existing is to explore what happens when all these coincidences happen. But I think there's a difference between something like that and a difference between, you know, something like that, something like the inciting incident, and just using luck as a tool to get out of tricky situations as a writer. Using luck just to spawn things into the world that technically aren't impossible, but it's incredibly unlikely that they would happen, and they're not really an extension of the journey that we've seen up until this point. I think that's a very good I think that's something that really needs to you know, it's I always find to be honest, I find the contrivances conversation far more interesting than the plot holes conversation, because there are just so many more layers to contrivance and how they do and do not affect a story, and when or when not luck and coincidence are acceptable, when are they not. I think that's far more interesting than the plot holes thing, because the plot holes thing is pretty cut and dry. Either it's consistent or it's not. Either it's contradictory or it's not. Meanwhile, coincidence, there's a lot more gray area, which I think is, I think that's a lot more interesting to talk about. Let's see, we've been going for 22 minutes now, which means we're going to end the stream. No. So I think I can now actually start consulting my notes, because I just ended up going on a huge tangent there, which is okay. That's actually, coincidences and contrivances is something I've been wanting to talk about for. It was probably going to be like a future topic anyway, and it might still be a future topic, but now I got to like dip my toe in because I got to think about it. Thanks to you guys, which is why I love having an audience here. I can bounce off you guys whenever I'm reaching for ideas. What if it's like Back to the Future, where the whole story is about a sequence of events, a specific set of sequences taking place? I would need to know. And thinking about a question like that, and this is not a criticism, this is more just a reflection of the limitations of chat, is that I would need to either rewatch the film to kind of know what you mean there, because it's been a while, or I would need to just like know, I would need probably just a detailed description of how each event is like relies on coincidence rather than character choice. I'm not saying it doesn't or does not. I just I don't know if I can give a satisfactory answer to that question without diving a bit deeper into it. Hey Spook, hey Gurgle, what's up? Okay, so hello Fredo. So we're gonna dive into our notes here. So anyway, welcome back to the stream repository. I'm your host, the meme repository. Welcome. I've said hello to a lot of you, but I'm going to say hello again because I'm that kind of guy. I'm just the kind of guy who just loves to talk to you guys. Hello Jose, how do you do? I'm going to assume your name is pronounced Jose because you haven't corrected me yet from the multiple times I have pronounced it that way. It always throws me off when a name, because it's a Latin thing, right? Where it starts with a J, but it's actually pronounced as a H, and it gets a bit confusing. Okay, excellent. Cool. I did it right. And that's the important thing. English is weird, yeah. Well, English is the freak hybrid of the language world, right? It's not one language as much as it is like this amorphous entity that just kind of kept sucking in other languages over time. I think like the purest form of English is called Anglish, and if you speak only in Anglish, which Anglish means Anglo-Saxon, that is words that originated with Anglo-Saxons, or the Anglos. So if you speak that, it's both very recognizable as English, but also completely alien, because so many of our words are derived from Greek, and I'm trying to think of other examples. Greek, I think French to an extent. All these other different languages. There's probably a chart somewhere showing all the different languages English has kind of just absorbed over the years. When you remove all of that, you lose words like atom, for example. Because atom is a Greek word, right? I think, anyway. So you can't use that word. And there's a lot of words that are Greek that you would just lose. And that's the reason we have this weird thing where we have multiple words for the same animal inexplicably. We call the way we refer to an animal's meat is different from the way we describe the animal in life. For the most part, we describe if a cow is alive, if a domestic bovine is alive, we call it a cow, and if it's dead, we call it beef. If it's dead and we chop it up and we turn it into food, it's beef. Chicken, poultry, lamb, mutton, and that's because cultures have fused. And, conquests and dominations have happened over the years. And, half the population kept using their words. The other half kept using their words. And then they started fucking. And then children started growing up using both words. And then they kind of started assigning them just to make sense of it. And now we have the freak misfit language that English is today. Which is why English is probably very difficult for other language speakers to learn, because there are so many freak nuances to it that don't exist in other languages, which is very interesting, I think. Pig to pork. I knew I was missing one. There's always four, right? There's the four main domestic animals that we think about. There's more than four, but we think about what do we think about? We think cow, chicken, pig, and sheep. That's the four domestic animals we probably associate the most. And then, you have other stuff like goats and horses. Horses, they're kind of in that middle area between barnyard animal and pet. Because they kind of slot into both kind of neatly. Not to say that a barnyard animal can't be a pet, but more to say that we associate them more with being in these large herds on farms rather than being something. You don't normally imagine Bessie the cow at the dinner table, and I guess you don't imagine horses there either, but you imagine horses as companions. They are your noble steed, and so that kind of I think horses are the third most successful domesticated animal, under cats and dogs. I'd need to double check that, but I always find that interesting because they're so large and unwieldy, and most people don't even own them today. But they were so crucial historically for transport that that they kind of hold that place. At least I assume that's what it is. I haven't actually bothered to double check it. But anyway, I am dragging my feet. Let's just finished House of the Dragon episode 9. Was it good? Let's see. Rainbow Soap's in the chat. Hey dude, what's up? Why are my hands green? Because I tried to make them purple and it kept not working. No matter how many things I tried, so I just settled for close enough because this is placeholder anyway. It's like this is something I'm probably going to address later, but I'll also address it now. I meant to have slightly improved our placeholders this week, but then I got so caught up with other things that I didn't really have much time to dedicate to this stream this week. So this stream's going to be a little bit more loosey-goosey than last week, but that's okay. The whole point of the stream repository is that it can sometimes be this very heavily structured thing where, it's like topic to topic to topic to topic. And sometimes it's just a chill thing where we get to talk about different things, and there's not really a high pressure sort of preparation thing. It can be whatever we want it to be. And that's really cool. That's really, really cool. Yeah, how many words for cow do we have in the English language? Cattle, cow, bovine, beef. We have what is it? What's the word for baby cow? It's not beef. It's the other thing. Shit. What is it? What is the word for baby cow that you eat? What's the word? Calf is one of them. Calf is the word for living baby cow. But what's the word for dead baby cow that you eat? It's on the tip of my penis, but I can't think of it. I was gonna say tongue. I said penis. I said penis because I thought it would be funny. That's just how my brain works. Sometimes it autocorrects to make things more immature. Veal! There we go, veal! Veal is the word I was looking for. Veal. Veal, yeah. There we go. There we go. Beef is burger, unless you specify otherwise. Well, there's beef brisket. And I think steak, when you say steak, your people default to beef steak. So I guess you don't need to specify there. Because there are also like lamb steaks and, every animal has a steak associated with it, except for like chickens and stuff, I'm pretty sure. A lot of animals, I'm going to rephrase that, say a lot of animals have, you don't just get steaks from cows, but cows are the only ones that you don't need to specify the animal. It's kind of where I'm going with that. Like with sausages, you don't tend to default. You have to say it's lamb sausages or beef sausages or chicken sausages or what have you. That's interesting how some food items that have multiple animals associated with them, sometimes they are ubiquitous with one animal, and so you have to specify if it's not that animal. And then sometimes there is no ubiquity, and you have to specify every time. I wonder how that... I guess the way it happens is that if one becomes predominantly popular, it kind of claims the word for itself. While if no one animal is predominantly more popular than another, you have to specify what kind of animal is in the construction of the product. It's interesting. I always find language such an interesting thing and how it evolves. I think I have from a very young age, and I think I've become more aware of it over time, while it was more like a instinctual passive thing when I was younger. So last week certainly went a lot longer than expected, which in a way is good. It gives me a metric for how much work I have to do every week in order to give you guys a decent program. And with this week, it's definitely going to be a lighter week, because as I said before, I've been jam-packed. I've been doing all sorts of things. So this is kind of, this is going to be a flavor of stream that's going to come up a few times, I think, over the lifespan of this podcast. but this is kind of one of those, like, do your homework just the night before sort of podcasts where I didn't get much work done for the majority of my time, but then the night before it's just like, and I hammered out a show, which is kind of how I designed this show. I wanted this show to be something I would be able to put a lot of effort into, or it would still be just as engaging if I didn't have enough time to do a lot of stuff, which is why I've structured it the way it is, because it means that the show can be whatever I want it to be, and there's not really an expectation of anything beyond me just talking about things, which I think is a good thing. It gives a lot of freedom. So, I see a lot of new viewers in the chat, and that's wonderful. And that means that I have to remind everyone. I kind of have to get you guys up to speed, because, you know, you guys might not know what the stream repository is about. Maybe you saw the VOD, maybe you didn't. I'm not going to assume. But I think, you know, when I was starting the podcast, there was a lot of expectations about what specifically it was going to be like. I think people were expecting it to be like a Metals Forge, or like EFAP, or something like that. You know, where it was very media focused, very focused on a very specific range of topics. When really, this is a variety show. This is a show where I can discuss everything and anything that comes into my mind. You know, some topics will be well researched, while others are just more of an exploration. We're just more having a chat, a little chinwag about a topic that maybe we don't know that much about, but we can learn about it together, and that's part of the experience. It's a format that allows mistakes and allows it allows for there's no pressure to be 100% right 100% of the time. It's all about you know, if I could say something and I it sounds like I sternly believe it one week, and then new information comes, and then I can go, well, actually, now that I have further reflection and new information, I actually think it's this way. It allows for growth, which I think is good. And it allows me to just unair my brain case. It allows me to just get things that are off my mind, and just to chillax in general. And I think that's a very good thing, because, you know, if there's so many things crowding my brain, I often get nothing done. So this podcast is kind of the outlet for that. And maybe some of these will, and like I said last week, some of these streams, some of the topics, they might turn into scripts for future videos. They might end up as part of scripts for future videos. Or they might not. And either one is okay. They can be their own thing, or they can be part of something larger. They can be whatever they need to be. And you know, there's been a lot of viewer engagement so far, but something to keep in mind is that viewer engagement will be very much... there will be specific slots where I will 100% do viewer engagement. And then there'll be other times where I'm more focused on the topic. Because I know how easily I derail. So sometimes I just gotta focus on the topic, and then I'll go to chat and see what chat has been saying. And sometimes something will be said in chat. I might not pick up on it initially, and then later on when I'm scrolling, when I'm just scrubbing through the stream, putting up the VODs, I might spot something in chat that I didn't before, and I might bring it up in the next stream. So no matter what, it's always good to... I'm trying to reward viewers for participating, while also keeping things structured as well. Like it's a balance. See, will there be, and of course the question is, will there be guests on this podcast? And like I said last week, if there are going to be guests, it's going to be a very occasional special treat. You know, it's not something to expect every week, but if it does happen, I'm going to make a big announcement about it, most likely. And I think it's going to be... I want it to be an exciting thing when a guest comes on. I don't want it to be like, oh, who's on this week? And then it's occasionally exciting. No, I want it... Every time a guest comes on, I want it to be an occasion. Even if it's not like a huge name or someone I'm already familiar with. But I want... No matter who comes on, I want it to be a special occasion if I do have guests on. That being said, if the streams don't go on for too long like they did last week, we'll have an after show where I just put on a game or something, and it's just a more casual sort of thing, and then guests can pop in and out as they please. So that's a fun way to do it. Ooh, Fukenkunt. Kanto Kunt. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the point is, we have a new repo recruit. I am so happy. Thank you so much for the membership. Every little bit helps. Very much appreciated. Channel memberships are available if you so desire to have them. And if you don't desire to have them, that's all good as well. Like, the way I structured the memberships is I didn't want to, I wanted it to be where in order to get 95% of the perks, you would only need to go 90 to 95% of the perks are locked within the first two cheapest tiers. The second tier. And the second tier ones, I imagine, that the perks for that one, they're going to become more relevant over time. But at the moment, you don't need to worry too much whether or not you're a repo recruit or an entropy acolyte. I just appreciate the support either way. And then there's the more expensive tiers there, which have little bonuses to be sure. But I wanted those to be there if people wanted to be generous, and I didn't want to swindle people into being generous. For God's sake, the most expensive tier is I think it's like $800 Australian, and I put that in there basically as a joke. If someone wants to donate $800 a month, go ahead. You'll be single-handedly keeping this channel afloat as far as I'm concerned. And I will love you forever. But there is no pressure to donate any dollar amount. It's like, if you want to donate, I think that's cool. If you don't want to donate, I'm just happy to provide a good time. So that's kind of my policy. If I win the lottery, you'll get it. Thank you very much. I'm glad to know I now need to rig a lot of lotteries in the favor of a lot of people. I like the I like the idea that I would go through all the effort to rig the lottery and I wouldn't rig it so that I would win. I rig it so other people can win and then they can donate that money to me. That is such a roundabout way, such an inefficient roundabout way to rig the system, to cheat. I'm not gonna put things in my favor. I'm gonna put things in the favor of people who like me and hope that they're gonna give me the money. It's not even a guarantee, right? I'm just rigging the lottery in the hopes that a fan is like, oh, please, I'm shaking my cup here. You got so much money. Can you spare me a couple of million? That's a funny concept. That's a really funny concept. Oh man, yes, such a masterful plan. Exactly. Meme just created a 10-episode miniseries from a joke tier on his. Meme just created a 10-episode miniseries from a joke tier on his membership. Lol, Lamau. Where's the alien stream? I'll be doing a little bit more in the after show. Most likely. So look forward to that, assuming we don't go horrendously over time. Not that there's a time limit, it's more just, if we go past like the 4, 5, 6 hour mark, I'm probably going to want to just not stream anymore that day. Or at least not want to stream a horror game that day. Take your shirt off! Later. You gotta get the Shaggy tier for that one. The meme repository, striptease. That's the secret bonus to that one. Word to the wise. Joking. You're welcome, by the way. I appreciate it very much, sir. Thank you. Intrigue has no scheduled meme. That is true. So, I begin this stream with what may be a relatable question for those like myself who tend to overthink basically everything. Have you ever been talking to someone who identifies as female, and maybe they're, whether they are like cisgender, transgender, it doesn't matter, as long as they identify that way. Have you ever called them dude? Like, have you ever called a female dude? Just kind of absent-mindedly. And then as soon as you do it, like, I'm talking like you're messaging them, and you're like, I find when I'm messaging, I have like these default phrases that I kind of turn to, because coming up with 100% original sentences 100% of the time is difficult. It's hard. It's challenging. And sometimes you just want to, you just need to communicate very basic information with very short turns of phrase. And sometimes you'll go, oh, no worries, dude. Thanks, dude. Oh, cheers, dude. That kind of thing. And then you realize you're talking to a woman. You're talking to a female of the species. And you realize, oh, fuck, did I just call them dude? And a normal person would just, brush that off. But for me, I'm just like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Is dude a gender-neutral term? Did I just call them dude? Oh, no. Oh, no. Did I just call them a man? I don't know what I just did. I hope I didn't. Oh, no. No. And then what happens? You go to Google. You go to Google. It's like, is dude a gender-neutral term? Is dude a I don't know. I need to know. I think it is, but I don't remember. I don't remember if you can call women dudes. I don't know. So, this is an insight in how my brain works, where it's just like, sometimes it's the smallest thing, and suddenly my brain goes, oh no, did I say a bad by accident? Oh no, and then it's like, and so, okay, you guys want to know the results, right? Is dude gender neutral? I think a lot of you in chat probably know the answer, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Well, you'll be pleased to know, dude is in fact a gender neutral term. A lot of people probably use it in the masculine sense, but it is something that can apply to either gender, which is fascinating to me. So be free, my fellows. Go forth and dude it up with boys, girls, and everything in between. Dude. Oh, yeah, that's our first topic for the day. And dudette. Dudette is another one. It's funny because dude is gender neutral, but we also have dudette, don't we? So it's interesting that, because what I've noticed is that a woman is more likely to call another woman dude, but a man is less likely to call a woman dude. So I think that's why my brain starts to contort a little bit. It's like, But then again, I think if I looked around, I would probably find plenty of examples of, men calling their female friends dude. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. How about chud bud? Is that neutral? Probably, I would say. I'd say chud bud. Yeah. What about bro? Well, bro, it's a contraction of brother. But sometimes your female friends you refer to as just one of the guys. So that's also, so maybe they could be like a bro in the colloquial sense. Maybe that is something you can, maybe that is something that applies. I don't know. We have a lot of stuff to think about. This is truly a variety. So you see what I mean? We can go into any topic. It can literally be anything we can talk about. Faux pas aversion syndrome. I share your stance. I'm gonna look that up so that I can steal it later. Faux, is it pronounced pash or pass? Faux passive. Why is this not coming up on any Google search? Did you make up a phrase? And if so, define it for me so I can steal it. Faux pas. Oh, faux pas aversion. I see. Faux pas is one of those things I say actually pretty frequently, but I have very rarely seen it typed. So when I see it typed, it's just like, what the faux pass? What are we talking about? You're my dude meme, but only platonically. Oh, I'm glad we know where we stand here. Forget about the Cosmonaut Variety Hour. This is the real Variety Channel. Damn straight, son. My brain will just go. It's like spider webs going everywhere from my brain. You just never know where it's going to land. Fox pass. At least you didn't say... Yeah, I at least know that AUX is not pronounced AX. I know that... it's pronounced, so you got de and faux and it's It's actually got a couple of pronunciations, but it never pronounces the X. Never pronounces the X. And that's the important thing. Meme, there is a tempest in you. Thank you. A little je ne sais quoi, you know? Okay. I like that I can pronounce that, even though, you know, that shouldn't, you would think that wouldn't be intuitive for me, but if somehow it was. Anyway, what is our next thing? Yes. So, this is something I wasn't able to, this is like probably going to be a recurring thing I do, but I wasn't able to do it last week because it was our first episode. So, there are gonna, like I mentioned before, there was things I saw in chat last episode that came up, and I didn't quite catch it in the stream, or maybe I did, and I didn't quite process it right. But I processed it a bit now. I've had time to think about it, and so there's some things. So there are some things here I want to follow up on because I find it interesting. So last week, for those who are not here, we went extensively over my experiences with ADHD, and you can find that on the VOD channel. I have chapters set up for the VOD version of that stream, or if you're feeling so inclined, I am going to be releasing that as its own standalone highlight clip within the week, hopefully. I just got to go through it. I just got to go through it properly and edit it down. But it's going to happen. Yeah. So if feel free to go and see that either after the stream, preferably after. I want there to be viewers here. But long story short, I just went really British for a second. I talked about my experiences with ADHD. I talked about what it's like the mechanics of it, like the neurochemistry a little bit. I gave recommendations for channels that talk about it. And I brought up that this is going to be probably a recurring thing because this is a very fundamental part of my life. You know, hey man, that Kodo stream, you know, that is going to happen eventually is, you know, an eventual thing that will happen. That doesn't mean it'll happen soon. Tiamat is indeed British. You know, I'm pretty sure I have a British ancestor somewhere in there. I'm not sure if it override. I'm not sure if I have more British in me than Irish. I think I have more Irish in me, to tell you the truth. But I don't know. But yeah, so there was a lot of things that came up in the chat, a lot of questions, a lot of confusions about things. Well, not a lot of confusion, but there's like a few things I want to go into more detail about. There's some, and I'm probably going to continue going into more detail because not every description I give is going to be 100% for every person, and I want to just give clarity where I can. I have an Irish in me. Yeah, you know, always. I said that in 2020? Wow, you have a good memory. Let's see. So first question, what causes ADHD? Now, this question was not asked directly last stream, I will admit. This is more something I just felt, you know, it should be addressed because it's interesting how people look at disorders like this, because with mental health issues, mental health disorders, you know, psychological conditions, they can all be very different, and their cause and the causes for them can be very different. So because of that, the origin point for a lot of these conditions are quite distinct. There's, you know, people can conflate one condition with another. It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of when my mum went to the doctor's office because she was sick and she'd been sick for a while. So she went to the doctor, and the doctor said, "Oh yeah, you have a virus," and she was hoping to get antibiotics, and he was just like, "Oh, are you sure it's not a bacterial infection?" She's like, "No, it's definitely a virus." And it's like, "Are you sure that but maybe the bacteria has turned viral in the meantime, and the doctor just stared at her, and it was just like that's like saying a cat turned into a dog. In like a bacterium and a virus, they are completely different. The main thing they have in common is they're microscopic. That is their commonality. Otherwise, they're completely different. And in that same way, a lot of mental health disorders, some are related to each other. Like autism and ADHD, they're called cousin disorders. Like they're very, very close. But they're distinct. They're still distinct from each other, so people can have both, like me. But then there are other ones that maybe they'll have similar symptoms to others, but they'll have completely different causal factors, and they'll have completely different treatment requirements. I have BPD because my mother beat the shit out of me. Yep. So BPD is often triggered by, like, there is a genetic factor to BPD, but there needs to be usually a traumatic trigger for that condition to manifest. Yeah, I've done a lot of research into BPD, and I continue to learn about it. I find it fascinating. Along with personality disorders in general have become a little bit of a pet interest of mine over the last year. It is interesting with BPD because it can manifest early in life, or sometimes they can go through something very traumatic, like a little bit later, and then it, like, I don't know, like a switch, it turns on. And it's like, I think they're almost like two subtypes of BPD. Like I think there's a few subtypes of BPD. There's actually a few different ways of categorizing it, depending on the book, depending on who you're talking to. It's definitely a disorder that is only just recently become more understood. I think that's the case with a lot of mental health conditions, right? A lot of these conditions have only just now achieved a level of understanding that didn't really exist before. Like, I think it was only in the 1990s that BPD was considered a disorder that was actually treatable. Before that, it was kind of like, oh, we don't even know what to do. And we're kind of learning that about a lot of different disorders that were considered completely untreatable in the past, and now we're realizing, actually, yes, new methods have shown that all humans, they will respond to operant conditioning. It's just a matter of how much effort you need to put into that conditioning and how willing they are to go along with it. There's a whole host of different factors, but it is interesting to think of. 4 subtypes, depends on definition. Exactly, yeah. It's some people break it down, segment it very differently, but it tends to be like about 4 different subtypes. And then there are like different categories on top of that. It's also complex. It's all very, very complex, which is fascinating. Fascinating. I need to find more synonyms for interesting and fascinating, because I say them a lot. Say them so much. When I was editing, I was just like, stop fucking saying interesting and fascinating all the fucking time. Because it's just like, I can't help it. I can't help it, future me. I don't cover uninteresting topics on this show. So anyway, what causes ADHD? This is I will put a disclaimer here and say that this is my understanding of it. Intriguing is a good synonym. Engrossing, also a good synonym. Very good. Intriguing, engrossing. I can't wait until we have like augmented reality contact lenses, and then I can just pull up a little thesaurus app on the side, and then anytime I say something, it brings up like a whole list of synonyms for me to say if I feel like I'm saying something too much. That's going to be a good time once we do have actually augmented reality contact lenses, but they're in the prototyping phase. They're only really at tech shows to show that they exist. But the fact that we have them at all shows how far we're coming. So I'm excited. Too bad Google killed it. Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back, Spook. Don't you worry. Google killed it for a tiny bit, but they're coming back. They are coming back. I think it's one of those things where it's going to ebb and flow in development until eventually there's like an accessible consumer version. I mean, how many years did it take us to get like smartphones and tablets and stuff after so many failed attempts with like PDAs and stuff that never really caught on? You got to go through all the awkward phases with technology before you reach like the ubiquity of like computers, smartphones, all that. Trying to stay 100% up to date 100% of the time, it's difficult even for scientists because there are so many different papers coming out at so many different times, and it's hard to keep track sometimes, but we try our best here. F? Why are we going F? Are we back? Are we back? There we go. You know, I did see a little spinning wheel there, because I kind of have the stream playing as well for some reason. And I saw the little spinning wheel and I thought, oh, it's just buffering because I'm streaming at the same time. And then I saw the Fs and it was just like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, the Fs. Oh, no. No. But no, we're good. We're good. Just a little hiccup on the way to progress. So, as far as I know, and according to my understanding of ADHD, and this actually applies to autism as well, it's all down to genetics. You can't catch ADHD, as far as I know, in the sense that you can't just develop it later in life. Like maybe you develop a disorder that has similar symptoms, but you're not going to get ADHD because ADHD, autism, like the reason it's called neurodivergent is because the brain is fundamentally structured differently than a neurotypical person. It is like there are different, like the brain develops in different ways basically from birth. And there are factors that will influence how severe it is, to be sure. But that doesn't change the fact that I think people with ADHD, they have a lower number of dopamine receptors in the brain than a regular person. Their prefrontal cortex develops at a slower rate and can often be underdeveloped. And there's just fundamental differences in the structure of the brain, which is why disorders such as ADHD and autism are so complicated to talk about. Because they are both disabilities, but they're also kind of... It's weird, right? It's very weird because I think I have it in my notes here. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So the best way to think about it is that a person with ADHD or autism will simply be born with a different kind of brain to a neurotypical. And that's why there is, like I said, that's why there's push for neurodiversity and having a more complex view of it, because it's more like you've got a different flavor of brain rather than it necessarily being a straight disability. It's complicated. Like it's sometimes a disability, sometimes it's a superpower. I think last stream I described it as min-maxing in an RPG. You put all your points into one thing and you're really good at this from basically the get-go. Like that, like ADHD, autistic people, they tend to be really good at outside the box thinking. They tend to be very creative. But then there's a lot of other stuff that they're just really bad at because they didn't distribute their points evenly. The brain min-maxed into just a few different areas, and then as you know, in an RPG you have starting points, and you can get more points over time, to be sure. But the point is, those starting areas, they didn't put any points into them, and it's easier to lose points in those areas you didn't put starting points into as well. It's give and take. It's I love the term twice exceptional because it does describe it so well. Exceptionally amazing at certain things, and exceptionally not so good at other stuff. And that's why neuroscientists, psychologists, psychiatrists, it's why they continue to study them and try to learn about them as much as they can, because every disorder is complex, but ADHD and autism, they fall into this really gray area when it comes to how beneficial they are, how debilitating they are, and it varies so much from person to person as well, which is why it's difficult to do studies on them. Where was I up to in my notes? And this is something interesting to note. ADHD and autism, so it's genetic, right? So if we think about how evolution works, something had to be going right with ADHD and autism in order for it to spread across the planet as much as it has. Like, there is autism and ADHD in every country, every community. And, you know, it's not an insignificant amount of the population. It's like 1 in 100 can have ADHD or autism, right? Like, I think that was the statistic I saw. Maybe even maybe it's even 1 in 50. I don't know the exact statistic, but it's not an insignificant number of people. So what does that mean? It means, for better or for worse, something about these conditions had an evolutionary advantage at some point to allow that genetic material to propagate. And to an extent, they still are, they still have traits that are allowing them to be reproductive. There's that allow these things to continue to pass to the next generation. Like, there's and in very prevalent numbers. These aren't rare. It's not rare to encounter someone with autism or ADHD. In fact, I'm starting to realize it's actually a lot. It's becoming fascinatingly common, because the longer time goes on, the more I realize that a lot of people, because, you know, I was diagnosed from a very young age. I was diagnosed at about 5 years old, and started getting assessed at about 3. So I was kind of the outlier when I was younger, but as I got older, more and more people that I knew that I considered like the normal people, quote unquote, but the normal people I got along with, turns out they got the diagnosis too. And the more I think about it, the more it's like, wow, it's actually, I'm trying to pinpoint people who don't manifest like these neurodivergent symptoms, these neurodivergent traits. It's actually becoming increasingly difficult to do so, which means that there is a lot of, at least in my, like, this is anecdotal, like there are a lot of, there's the fact that I've been to so many different countries, the fact that I've met so many different people in so many different areas, and yet I have somehow always managed to find at least someone neurodivergent to hang with, even by accident. That kind of shows that they are common enough that you don't need to really look that hard to find them, unless I've just been incredibly lucky. So they are out there, and you know, I think the statistics back that up. So the long story short, ADHD and autistic people fuck, and they're really good at fucking. And so what's happening here? What's happening with autism, ADHD? What the hell kind of advantages is it giving that they've been allowed to develop a pretty healthy population size, you know, a pretty healthy population. What's going on here? What's happening? Well, like I said, I'm not really a scientist. I am just someone who has lived with these conditions, rather, most of my life. And thus, it is to my benefit to try and understand it, try to, develop as firm an understanding as I can. And I'm always learning new stuff every day, and assumptions that I had before, they continue to be challenged and evolved, and I gain new context. But as it stands right now, my understanding is, what's the way to describe it? I have it written here. I just have to find it. I need to zoom into my notes a tiny bit. This is what happens when I go off script. I have trouble figuring out where the relevant part of the of my notes are. Okay, yep. So the analogy I've heard to describe this is that ADHD and autism, I think both of these, they only became a disorder when larger human society embraced a certain way of life. So there are back, in hunter-gatherer times, and even back at the dawn of during the agricultural revolution, stuff like that. Back thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, from hunter-gatherer through the agricultural revolution, there were multiple different kinds of human life, of lifestyles that were kind of equally dispersed throughout the planet, and some people within the same tribe would kind of live different lifestyles and have different strengths and weaknesses to help that tribe thrive. And the way I heard Dr. K describe it is like, this is a very simplistic way of looking at it, but it kind of helps to illustrate what might be going on here. Is that we had two kinds of people all the way back when. We had farmers and we had hunters. Farmers would, so you got farmers who would follow basically the same patterns every day. They would rise and fall with the sun. They would go through, the same routine, and they were, getting up at the butt crack of dawn, doing these very like monotonous tasks, sowing the seeds, reaping the harvest, nurturing things. They were very good at delayed gratification. They were very patient people, and their genetics lined up with that lifestyle, and that's what made them very, very successful. Meanwhile, you got hunters who they ebbed and flowed. They were the problem solvers of the prehistoric world. They didn't stick with a singular routine per se. I mean, they would have their own rituals, most likely. They would have a certain way of doing things, but they were constantly adapting and learning and assessing situations. They would hyperfixate on these situations so they could learn to hunt their prey better. They would live very much in the moment rather than looking ahead. Like there are, I imagine there's probably like, there's probably like a degree of delayed gratification, right? Like you got to learn like how to look at tracks and stuff to look for signs that an animal has been in the area. But it was always every day was a new challenge for hunters, and that's kind of probably where the ADHD people like originate from. Is that these people who hyperfixated on different problems and were able to just change their focus on a whim and kind of had to do it for the sake of their survival. And there would be the people who would go out, that would hunt. They would not live like this ultra domesticated lifestyle. And they were tuned, to a certain level of and as a result of this, they required a certain level of stimulation. Like they needed a much higher level of stimulation because they needed a much higher level of stimulation than farmers, most likely, because everything is changing all the time. So they need to be able to keep track of that. And so I think the takeaway there is that the farmers and the hunters, they both had their place. They were both contributing. They were both very successful in what they did, but they were also very fundamentally different, and different kinds of people would be suited to the farmer or hunter lifestyle. However, the farmers ultimately won, right? I think that's just because farmers, they were a lot more reliable, most likely. They were, when you have that consistent routine, that consistent output. This is me speculating at the moment, just so we're clear. I'm interested to hear your guys' feedback, and I imagine this is going to be an interesting or an engrossing, ongoing study. Is like, what are the origins of ADHD? What were the genetic advantages? What are the different layers that go with that? I think if I were to speculate based on like the limited information that I know, the farmers won out just because they were more consistent, and so society became more and more reliant on the farmers, which is probably, I think that's a good thing. Reliability ultimately is good, but that meant that people whose brains were more tuned to be hunters, more tuned to problem solve, they became, I suppose, more niche. They were suddenly being put into situations that, farmer brains, they're great. They're fine. They're fine with low levels of stimulation, low levels of X, Y, and Z. Hunter brains, no. They need to be out there. They need to be doing things. They need to be solving things. They need to be, chasing the dopamine so that they can chase the prey, sort of thing. and it just wasn't happening. So as a result, slowly but surely, ADHD became a disorder. Probably, at least in part because people whose genetics had fine-tuned, had made their brains biased to being wired towards a certain way, simply weren't getting accommodated for as human civilization continued to show a bias towards a certain way of existing. Which is why I think we're in a good spot right now, because we're starting to finally realize the complexities of ADHD, and we're starting to realize where the true strengths of ADHD lie. And it's far from perfect, very far from perfect, but we're starting to actually have those conversations that, for thousands of years we probably weren't, which I think is a very good thing. So, again, very simple. This is very ultra simplified. This is me going off what I've heard, kind of me thinking about how, it might be that, and look, the way genetics and evolution works, the hunters of yore and the farmers of yore probably don't have the same brains as the people that exist right now. We are kind of we are descended from those people, but I think a lot of that genetic material still passed on, and so we are kind of variants of those initial archetypes. I think that's entirely possible. Just it's something to think about at the very least. Let's see. I have to step out. Yeah, that's all good. I am intoxicated, so I forget how we got to farm. Let's see. I don't think. Let's see. I don't think the farmers were the ones that won. It's a mix of. Oh yeah, like it's not. I don't think that, when I say win, I mean that our human civilization got more structured around, like, is more similar to the routines of farmers of old rather than the more chaotic lifestyles of the hunters of yore, right? That's kind of what I mean. But of course, there's a melting pot there. There are many different dimensions to it. It's more that society is structured around monotony to an extent, a monotony that the hunter brain just can't deal with. So that's kind of more the thing I'm going for. So the D in ADHD might be inaccurate. I think it's not inaccurate, it's just more complex than just being a disorder. It's why sometimes I prefer to call it a condition if I'm in the right sort of environment. I guess I refer to it as a disorder when it is a disorder to me. So and I kind of just I try to call it a condition at other points. It's so deeply complex. Oh yeah, and hunters did have routines. I'm more just saying that they're both very different. Like, one is definitely much more improvisey, problem solvey, high stimuli sort of thing, while the other one is definitely more, like you said, low risk, high reward sort of thing. Anyway, so yeah, just take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, because I'm not I would say I'm more well informed than a lot of people on the subject, but that doesn't mean, in terms of ADHD, that is not necessarily history. But that doesn't mean I know everything. It doesn't mean that I'm infallible. It doesn't mean that you should be taking my word as gospel. It's more just, listen to what I say, and then go to channels like How to ADHD or Healthy Gamer GG, and see if I'm misinterpreting anything. See if I'm doing things. Read actual studies from actual scientists if you're so inclined. Read articles from reliable sources. I'm here to be a gateway to the subject more than the arbiter, which I am happy to do. So this kind of leads to the next thing. Now, this is a question that was asked more directly, and I just completely missed it. I think Swalpool asked it, which was, what is executive dysfunction? Now, last stream I was talking about, when I was talking about ADHD, I kind of just mentioned this as a throwaway because I forgot that a lot of people might not know what it means. So I said that X, Y, and Z is, because of my executive dysfunction. And I think a lot of people, or at least Swalpool did. I imagine there were more people than just him, but like they were wondering, like, what is executive dysfunction? Well, I think the easiest way to talk about executive dysfunction is to talk about what our executive functions, what our executive functions are. So I'll just get up this chart because I like charts. That they're neat. I think they're neat. I'm gonna move it out of the way of chat. Tiny bit smaller. There we go. I think they're neat. So we got executive functions. So these are like all the things executive functions cover. You've got flexible thinking, the ability to adjust behavior to unexpected changes, working memory, keep key information in mind while using it, self-monitoring, so self-awareness to how one is doing in the moment, planning, prioritizing, to set and meet goals, task initiation, take action to get started on a task, organization, keep track of things physically and mentally, impulse control, thinking before acting, emotional control, keep feelings in check, and flexible I already said flexible thinking. So a very simple way to describe it is that it is the part of the brain that is responsible for planning goals and planning, initiating, and accomplishing goals. Like that is the very broad strokes way to describe it. You know, that's the very clinical way of describing it. But you know, sometimes just describing something clinically doesn't quite sum up what it means, especially when I'm talking about a condition that affects the that affects the that affects this function within the brain. So I like to use metaphors because metaphors help to communicate ideas a lot better than just very clinical information. Because clinical information is often, it's great if you already are kind of in the know on a subject, and then if you're not, it becomes very frustrating. It can become very deeply frustrating. I'm wondering if a showdown is about to happen between these two cats. I don't think so. They haven't really been fighting. They'll get into like a little they'll get into a little slap fight, and then they'll usually stop. I think it's gonna be fine. Okay, yeah, she's just going up to sniff her. Oh, and she's sleeping. Oh, very good. You're being so good. Being so nice to your sister. Good girl. Good girl. Okay. That was our cat break for the day. So the way I like to look at oh god, how did this happen? We're smarter than this. Oh no, redo. Okay, there we go. The metaphor I like to use is that everyone has a little executive that lives in their prefrontal cortex. Just imagine like it's a tiny little man or a woman who, you know, it's a boss. It's the boss that lives in your brain, and and it lives in your prefrontal cortex. And for neurotypical people, it will regulate you. It'll engage with like the self-monitoring, the emotional control, all of that. It'll bring all of that together to help you be functional in life, to regulate you. Executive dysfunction is basically when that same boss, when the boss in your brain starts getting drunk and stoned all the time, and the team he's meant to oversee, the self-monitoring, the planning and prioritizing, you know, let's imagine all of these little guys, they're like team members, and the executive function is supposed to keep them all in line. Imagine the boss is getting drunk and stoned all the time, and so the team is left without leadership to coordinate them, and thus, you know, task initiation's not really happening, planning and prioritizing is all over the place. Emotions are really high and very volatile and flary. Like it varies from person to person, but the point is, like, that's kind of what executive dysfunction means. It means that the little man that lives in your prefrontal cortex, metaphorically speaking, is getting drunk and stoned all the time, and thus all the things that are meant to just automatically happen kind of don't automatically happen. Feel like I've been called out, lol. I'm hot-headed and very quick to rage when I'm sober, but chill when I'm drinking. What does that make me? That could be a lot of things. I am no psychiatrist, sir. That is definitely goes beyond the scope of this video, of this stream, of this podcast. We give out we talk about issues. We don't give out diagnoses. And that's the job for trained professionals who, even then, they don't always get it right. And that's why it's, if you're feeling a bit shifty, it's always good to get like a second opinion from a few different sources. But don't shop around for a diagnosis at the same time. Don't shop around if you think you have something and then like multiple people say no. Don't try to shop around for it, because the chances are it might be something else. Playing the numbers game with that it's complicated. It's complicated. I will not give any concrete advice. I will only advise for or against certain things. So, with that said, the problems with executive functions aren't insurmountable, and in what ways the executive functions are affected varies from ADHD person to ADHD person. ADHD is a spectrum. Some people cope better than others, and even a single individual's ability to cope varies. Jessica McCabe from How to ADHD uses the term having a bad brain day or having a bad brain week or something like that. I think that was used early. I think other people were using that before her, maybe. Not entirely sure. All I know is that the first time I heard like the term having a bad brain day was from her, and I just found that phrase just instantly relatable. So I just want to give credit where it was due. And it's like, oh my god, you're right. Like sometimes, I want that in the wider collective nomenclature, because sometimes, like, the simplest way to describe like how ADHD affects you is that sometimes you just have a bad brain day. You have one of those days where the executive functions just aren't doing what they're meant to be doing. And you can have just these bad brain periods where that think organ isn't cooperating in the way that we need it to. And it would be nice if we could be more open about that. I think if we can just say, oh, sorry, I'm having a bad brain day, bad brain week, and then someone would, there would be a level of understanding and compassion for that, rather than going like, oh, you're making excuses, you're lazy, la 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 la, all this very dismissive shit that often results in people not actually, it can be very damaging. Needless to say, I went a lot into that last week about how, ADHD symptoms are often confused for bad behavior, and it's something I think people should be more cautious about. And then there was some interesting conversations in chat going on about the distinction between bad behavior and ADHD symptoms. And it's not entirely black and white, but the point is there is no amount of applying yourself that's going to help the symptoms. You kind of have to attack those, and then you start to see improvement, whether that's through psychotherapy, whether that's through meds, or look, the secret about ADHD is that there is no one treatment that's going to do everything. You kind of need to slowly, you kind of have to mold your lifestyle around it. And that's kind of when you start hitting the good times. I know I've had many a bad brain day over the last few months, and I imagine they'll keep cropping up, and I want to use this podcast to be open and honest whenever it does happen, and even explore the why for how these things happen. I'm going to talk more about my own executive dysfunction and how that affects me in a little while, but I hope this little discussion about executive dysfunction has helped to just kind of clarify our terms a little bit, help to define things just a tiny bit. I'm probably going to continue to add clarification to it over time, because I don't always because I think I wrote these notes when I was having a bit of a bad brain day, to tell you the truth. So they're not quite as going in and out of everything as I would like, but I think it works as kind of just a rough summary. Erective dysfunction. Oh man. Well, as an engineer, I am fascinated by the origin of conditions, but I am more inclined towards the practical, which is why I tried to establish a routine to help foster the executive. Exactly, routine is very important. I think routine is extremely important. I think, you know, there is no one way to deal with this stuff. You do have to look at it. It's almost like symptom by symptom. And, you know, we're still learning more and more about how to medicate ADHD people. Like, we've come so far with that. Like, this is something I'm considering, right? And I want to point out, when I say I'm considering it, that doesn't mean I'm recommending it, because I don't even know if it's going to work. I'm just saying that I'm thinking about it. So don't take this as advice. Take this as this is what I'm thinking about at the moment. I always have to really give like 50 disclaimers whenever it's anything even remotely medical, because then people might go off the walls with it and do some really damaging stuff. I got a responsibility of care to you guys. I need to make sure no one takes my advice as gospel. So there was a recent paper that came out that stated that it might actually be more effective for someone with ADHD to be on 2 ADHD medications at once, rather than... So there are 2 options, right? You're either on a stimulant medication or you're on a non-stimulant medication, and both of them do different things to the brain in different ways. As it turns out, if you're being on both a stimulant and a non-stimulant medication, might actually get better results. I think there's been a couple of studies showing that at this point. So I was talking to, I think, my psychologist about it. She can't prescribe me anything. That's a different person. But I was just talking about it because we were talking about different things. And she said something that would be good to do would be to actually print out or bring in the study, and just show my GP, look, I've been looking at this. I'm thinking that maybe this will help my symptoms a bit better. I obviously am not as well informed as like a psychiatrist, but I would at least like the option to explore this. So I think that's something I'm mulling over in my head at the moment. I think I'm probably going to go through with it. I just got to clear up some, well, you know, if we're talking about executive dysfunction, you know, it applies to very small things like booking doctor's appointments and stuff. So I'm waiting until my brain clears up a tiny bit, which it's due to very soon, thanks to some certain events that are about to happen. But I'll get into that later. Yeah, very, very interesting stuff. Let's see. You need a think organiatrist. 1 out of 3 memes recommend chewing gum. I mentioned that theory before on chat. I think there can be an ebb and flow balance that can be achieved because the cortex has a limited capacity. The best way may be to borrow and retrieve it. Yeah, that's the thing. It's all about... It's about developing healthy adaptive strategies, right? I think self-awareness, for starters, like if you're going to put your points into anything, self-awareness is going to get you a long way. It's not going to get you all the way. Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff, but just being aware of when your symptoms are flaring up and how it's affecting you, like practicing mindfulness, that is hugely helpful. Like when I'm having like a big anxiety episode, I'm kind of able, like thanks to my mindfulness practice, I'm able to kind of just... I'm not able to, you know, just stop myself from feeling anxious on the spot, but I am able to like remove my thinky brain from my emotional brain, and my thinky brain is able to look at my emotional brain and see why my emotional brain is reacting that way. And is that going to stop me from being anxious? No, but I'm able to see the anxiety for what it is rather than having it be the thing that determines what my thinky brain does. Anecdotal there. I have a friend who was diagnosed with some form of autism and the medicine that altered brain chemistry. Well, that's the thing about medication, right? Is that it's not a silver bullet. It's a tool. And if the medication is making you worse, that probably means it's either the wrong medication or it's the wrong dose. That's my understanding of it, is that most of the time if medication is doing X, Y, or Z, like if a medication is doing some funky things, that probably means it's the wrong medication for you, because every single brain is going to be affected differently, and you got to kind of, some people have to cycle through a few medications before they find something that works, so they have to cycle through dosages, which is actually, with stimulant medication, that's actually a lot easier to do, because with stimulant medication, antidepressants are complicated because you have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks for it to build up in your system for it to start having an effect. Stimulant medication is different. Anyone who's had coffee knows what stimulant medication does, only to a lesser degree. So you know pretty immediately if the stimulant medication is working. Like the first time I took my drugs, right? I was in a shopping center, and it was like seeing color for the first time. It was like putting on eyeglasses. Like, I've heard both metaphors used, because a lot of people have this experience when they go on meds for the first time, and it happens to be the right meds. And it was funny. It was like a fog had lifted, and suddenly I could focus on what I wanted to focus on. There was a sense of calm and peace inside me that just hadn't existed before up until that point. I just felt in control. I felt very in control. So what did I do with that control? I went around and I read signs, because I was able to read things without having to struggle because it wasn't stimulating enough. I just went around that shopping mall for 2 hours, and because I had 2 hours to kill before the movie, and I just looked at signs. I just looked at things. That didn't mean my ADHD was cured, but it meant that suddenly my prefrontal cortex was a lot more stimulated. Now, the thing I've discovered since then is that what really helped the medication to work was the fact that I was in very good physical shape. I was in very good, I was in a great sort of place as far as my physique was concerned, as far as my lifestyle. And so that shows that the ADHD medication, it isn't a silver bullet. I'm going to get into that in a little bit, but it's not a silver bullet. It's one tool in the belt to help treat the condition and to help compensate. You looked at signs. Did you find Jesus? Maybe. I don't know. It was hiding in like 25% off PlayStation 4s or something. So, yeah, when I started on the medication, I felt I guess I was more aware, because in the same way that you're more aware of your surroundings on a clear day than a foggy day, if that makes sense. So it's like I had all this noise in my head, and that's very common with ADHD, just this constant noise, because the brain is trying to stimulate itself, and so it becomes very overwhelming. And it vanished, and suddenly everything just kind of settled. And it's like my brain, it's like you're on the beach and there's a storm raging, there are waves hitting the shoreline. It's just really, there's rain coming down, and then the storm stopped, the water came to stillness, and there was just peace, and I could focus on everything. Drugs like cocaine do similar things, I know that, and that's because the stimulant medication, I imagine a lot of people with ADHD accidentally self-medicate with stuff like cocaine, because cocaine does do similar things, but the problem is they're not doing it under the supervision of a medical practitioner. They're not getting guidance for it from a healthcare professional. It's just snorting a line is not a good way to determine things. And what happens when they start snorting it? They want to snort more and more and more, and they develop a huge tolerance for it. While if you have a medical practitioner guiding you, setting rules for how the medication should be used, you're in a much better place. Oh yeah, you can shove it up your ass. Yeah, to be sure. Yeah. So yeah, that's my medication story there. I guess it was it changed my life in a lot of ways, but it's not going to change everybody's life immediately. And sometimes you do have to go through a few different meds. I got lucky. I got it right on the first try, and maybe I'll need to bump up my dose eventually. I try to avoid that just in case there are, just in case. The things I worry about is having to bump up my dose and then that being like a cycle. I would rather absolutely determine that I would need to bump up my dose, than to do it. Than to do it just because it's never going to be as effective as it is in the first 2 weeks, and it is going to depend a lot on lifestyle for its effectiveness. But that doesn't mean it's not doing anything. It just means that it's one factor. Gasoline is not going to go anywhere without the car being maintained, right? The car's not going to function. Or rather, like the oil, the oil in the car is not going to help your car move without the gas, to drive it. I guess is a good metaphor. So someone last stream, I was going through like all the different ways ADHD affects me, and how it can affect other people as well. Let's see. Can you drive a car with oil only, so you don't need gasoline at all? Like, you can just have a completely empty tank, no reserve, and you can just go with, like, the car's oil? I didn't know that. Okay. Got to double check that later, but I'll take your word for it for now. Let's see. Probably not far up. Yeah, I don't know cars. Let's assume that we live in a world where gasoline you need gas in the tank, 100%. I think we all get the general gist of that metaphor. Even if there are with every metaphor, you can always find exceptions. Like we're talking when we use the metaphor, it's more with it. Sometimes you have to just look in between the lines a little bit. So someone asked, last stream, like I was saying, how do you keep a steady job with ADHD? And the answer, it's very difficult to do. And I've never been able to maintain a full-time position. I've not even maintained a part-time position, really. Where do I exist in the workforce? I exist in the casual and freelance space because I rely pretty heavily on like disability payments and subsidies, because my brain, like I present very well, but my executive functions, I can't really function in like a traditional workspace. And believe me, I've had tastes of it over the years. I used to be part of a modeling agency, and what they would do is they would of course have like the photography modeling jobs and occasional acting work and stuff, but they would also offer promotional modeling jobs, which is a very glorified way of saying very temporary, casual retail work. And yeah, I just I couldn't stand it, to tell you the truth, especially on jobs where you're not even allowed to check the time, because the only way I could check the time was on my phone. Yeah, there was a lot of things that were like meant to be intuitive, but they just weren't. And yeah, I just didn't have a way of stimulating myself properly. So I just, I enjoyed the money I made on those jobs, but I don't think I could ever do those jobs like in the long term. So that's why I kind of exist in this space. But that's different for everyone, right? There are some people with ADHD who absolutely can maintain these positions. They absolutely can. And I think, and look, if it was a job I really loved, I could maintain it. It's just like, stuff that if there's a job that, a regular person would find monotonous, I would find it torturous, if that makes sense. Like, you know, I described last stream ADHD. You know, one of the many facets of it is it's like being clinically bored. It's where, you know, something that's boring to a regular person is kind of like, someone to an ADHD person, it is actual painful torture. I still haven't looked up if it actually triggers the pain receptors, but it certainly feels like it. So how do you keep focused during editing and writing? Well, that's the thing. ADHD doesn't mean no focus. It means a lack of focus regulation. So that sometimes means that you just can't focus on one thing. Sometimes it means going ding, 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 ding with your focus. You just can't focus on anything. But other times it means you hyper-focus. It means that all you can focus on is this one thing. And that means, that's how I get writing and editing done. I hyper-focus. But what are the consequences of that? Shouldn't that, like, that's a superpower and a weakness rolled into one, hyper-focus, because when I say I'm not able to focus on anything else, I mean, I don't eat. I barely imbibe fluids. I don't stand up most of the time. I don't do anything else but write and edit. And that's how I get that stuff done. And I don't really have much control over when that happens. Sometimes I have to, you know, sit with the discomfort of the initial monotony before I get into like a hyper-focused flow. And once that happens, it's both really good and really bad at the same time. Because again, I can be more, once I enter hyper-focus, this is the paradox of ADHD. I am both less productive than most people, and I can get more work done than most regular people. I can get more work done in a night than most people get done in a week. But that comes at a price. It's a very difficult thing. And, you know, an example of hyperfocus in a non-work environment is video games. It's very easy to hyperfixate on video games because those actively give a dopamine reward most of the time. So you know, someone with a video game, like, it might take a couple of tries to get into it, but when you get sunk into it, you just can't do anything else. You can't think about anything else than playing that video game. Yeah, so that's yeah, it's something, definitely something to think about. It's one of the many complexities of ADHD, because people tend to think that it is just, oh, you can't focus, or you are jumping off the walls. And it can be that, but it's part of a much larger thing. Like the reason stimulant medication works so well is because the hyperactivity part of ADHD, that the hyperactivity comes from just the brain wants to keep stimulating itself. So being hyper is creating like stimulation. So when you introduce a stimulant that is providing that stimulation that the hyperactivity was, suddenly the hyperactivity stops. That's where the calm comes from. You no longer have this buzzing happening inside of you, and you're just able to go, okay, I'm just able to achieve stillness. I'm able to just be. And, you know, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Interesting. I never really thought about ADHD that much, but the way you describe it sounds very interesting. I'm very glad. I'm very happy that I'm making it interesting. I really am, and I really appreciate that feedback. Because I want to make it interesting. Not just because I'm interested in it, like academically speaking, but also just, I think the more we understand it, the more we can help people with ADHD, because it is a very misunderstood disorder. And I think the key to that is making it interesting. I think, you know, not making it just this very clinical thing, which is why I recommend channels like How to ADHD and Healthy Gamer GG, because they make it very accessible, and they also make it quite interesting, and both in their own different ways. My conclusion from this stream is that I have ADHD. Oh, maybe it's pretty common. It's pretty common. It's probably pretty common. Like with the honestly, Spook, with the quality of your work and the sheer time and dedication that you put into your work, I could believe it. I could definitely believe it. Yeah, that's the thing. And here's the funny thing, right? So we have a lot of kids nowadays who are getting diagnosed with ADHD, which I think is great. Like, I think my therapist, who's like, she's trained she specializes in autism and ADHD, so she's in the know about this stuff. Like, overdiagnosis of ADHD was more common, like, in the early 2000s and stuff, apparently, and now, as time has gone on, overdiagnosis is starting to curve a little bit, and people are actually getting diagnosed. So I think the fact that we're getting a lot more diagnoses that are accurate nowadays, apparently, don't, there might be someone else thinking, oh, no, this is wrong. That's just what I've heard. I think that's a very good thing. What it also means is that a lot of kids are getting diagnosed, and then their parents are confused about the diagnosis because they're hearing the symptoms, and they're like, are you sure he's got a diagnosis? Because this is how I work. And then they start thinking about it, and they go, fuck, do I have ADHD? So a lot of diagnoses nowadays are not just like kids getting diagnosed because we're now better at diagnosing it than we used to be. Obviously, still probably have a long way to go. We still have to work on those waiting lists for psychiatrists that specialize in it, for example. But we're getting there. We're making progress. But now, we're also just getting this influx of parents getting the diagnosis because their kids are getting diagnosed. And guess what, guys? If you got ADHD, chances are one of your parents did. One of your parents probably didn't know they had it. They probably just thought the amount of strain they were going through with basic things was just a normal thing. And then they suddenly realized, this is not normal. I have been living a lie, or I've been living under false assumptions. I just find that really, really interesting. It is, I think that's the same thing with autism as well. Like, I think if your kid gets diagnosed with something, it starts making you question where the genetic material for that came from. Unless they're adopted, of course, then probably not asking the same questions. Let's see. So this is an interesting thing that came up thanks to Swalpool, which was like, can exercise be used to treat ADHD? Which I think, which the answer was yes. But something I realized was that an implication of that might be that, you can just use exercise to treat ADHD. You can use exercise as a replacement for medication. So can you use exercise as a replacement for medication? And I want to kind of explore that a little bit, because I don't think I don't think there's a definitive yes or no for this. I think it's more, the answer lies somewhere in the middle. So the answer is both yes and no. So no matter what, exercise is always going to improve the symptoms of ADHD. But this is under the assumption that a routine is maintained, right? So much in the same way that a medication is only going to be effective if you take it every day around the same time, or at least every day. Try to take it around the same time, though, because your body is going to, because then the amount of the medication in your system is going to start to fluctuate. So I think that's something doctors need to tell people more. You need to take it around the same time every day in order to get optimal results. I think that's something people struggle with. Where was I up to? So the issue, so the issue with exercise as a solo treatment plan is just it's the question of how well someone is able to maintain that routine and for how long. Exercise can become quite monotonous, even on medication, and it's very easy to prioritize other activities over it. So the medication can at least ensure a greater level of consistency. Because you know how many times I've had my coffee just before the gym, and then I'm in this all my brain chemicals are lining up, and then I'm just like, instead of going to the gym, I think I could get 3 paragraphs out for this thing. Then I go to write all the things, and then I don't end up going to the gym. It is very, it is a difficult thing to maintain it over the long term. And so I think you need to do it in conjunction with medication, because medication is going to help you maintain a level of consistency that that exercise isn't going to. Like, a lot of people with ADHD are already self-medicating before the gym, like, whether they know it or not. Let's not mince words here. Caffeine is a stimulant. And because it's a stimulant, it actually does help ADHD. Not as effectively as a drug designed for ADHD, but it will have similar, if less noticeable effects. So if you switch to a stimulant medication that is specifically designed to treat the disorder, it's only going to help in keeping an exercise routine. So both kind of feed into the other. But of course, if you don't take the medication, the exercise is going to still do something. It is still going to be a very it's going to do a few things. It's going to provide all those neurotransmitters that ADHD people crave. And it's also going to help in other ways. So in my experience, when you are physically stronger, when your muscles are being worked out, when you are maintaining a certain level of physical fitness, you get, things like your posture improve. Now, why is that important for ADHD? Well, bad posture leads to chronic pain, right? Like, because something that's bad. I've been doing some back exercises the last few days because I've had, like, a lot of my muscle tone in my back had disappeared because I've been a bit sedentary the last year. So as a result, and I sit down at the computer a lot, so my chest muscles were tightening up. My back muscles didn't have enough strength to pull my shoulder blades back, and so I was getting a lot of I've been getting a lot of chronic upper back pain, and I've been getting a stiff neck, and so that's been a distraction. Like, any chronic pain, anything that can be a distraction will only make the condition worse, because you're kind of starting at because if you're getting stimulated in the wrong way, that's going to be detrimental. Like, you have shoulders. Bah! You're right. Yeah, I only started drinking coffee again, like, after I'd been on the medication for like a year. And the medication had settled. I refused to have caffeine for like the first year. And then I had a little bit and I was fine. So I figured out that's not the best way to do it. I don't recommend doing it that way. That was just me being, ADHD. Just like not wanting to go through the extra step of asking the doctor. I just did the thing, but I don't recommend it. That's not a medical recommendation. Don't get stimulated the wrong way. Yep. Do not get. So yeah, that's, I'm getting hot. 1 second. I'm going to take off my jumper. The good thing about the music I have playing is it's not just like a nice ambience. It's also just a nice bit of white noise for me. It kind of acts as white noise for me, where that's another thing I think that helps ADHD people, at least some of them, is some degree of white noise, something in the background playing to kind of counteract the noise that naturally occurs in our heads. There are so many facets to it. Like, I could go on for hours and still not even, like, sometimes I don't even feel like I'm scratching the surface of the intricacies of it. Well, you can keep going, Spook. I'm not stopping you. In fact, I expected it. Thinky think organ tingles with magic metal waves. Exactly. That's something I got into. I need to get back into is binaural beats, because I actually find them to be quite helpful. Like, I thought it was going to be like pseudoscience, but then I looked it up, and it turns out there is actually a scientific basis for binaural beats. I don't think every binaural beats channel is legit necessarily, but I think when it's like focusing on something like serotonin production or focus, it does something for my brain that feels chemical rather than placebo. But then again, maybe it is a placebo. I don't know. The point is, I want to look more into binaural beats as kind of a way to continue to further refine how I engage with my brain. So, got a little tweety mapoo here. This is like a. If you look into it, won't that make you believe it more? Well, that's complicated, right? Because that depends on if I think I'll only believe in it more if the science is coming up as it working. I mean, placebos kind of work either way if you initially believed it, but I'm only more likely to believe it more if the science continues to line up with it. I think that's how that works anyway. I use the enterprise noise hums. I love the enterprise noise hums, honestly. I think I fall asleep when I hear them. It's so soothing. I would love living on that ship if that's just the constant ambience. It feels like it would be nice for my brain. You know, just a little bit of white noise is it's a beautiful thing. It's a very beautiful thing. Let's see. I got a little tweet here that I found. I'm gonna just temporarily take. So actually, I don't need to take chat off screen. So I'm gonna have a talk about this tweet because I found it interesting. I found it intriguing. See, I'm going through the synonyms. Men saying I don't care and you pick is not being differential to your partners / wives / girlfriends. It's adding to their burden by making them figure out for someone else again. If we ask you what you want, be a grown up and tell us. Now, I'm gonna talk about that for a little. Wonder if I should keep the tweet on screen. I don't know. If someone gets confused, I will put the tweet on screen again. So, can we? So this is my issue, right? I mean, I got a couple of issues with it, but firstly, why did you need to direct that towards men as a collective? Why couldn't this? Because it feels like this is not a gendered issue, right? This is something men and women do, right? They'll, their partner asks them something, and I know because I've been both a giver and receiver of this, boobies. So, God damn it, both sexes do this. There's nothing inherently masculine about going I don't know or you choose, because what does that mean? What does it mean? It means, if someone's asking you that might mean they're being indecisive. And then if you say I don't know or you choose, that means you're indecisive as well. That means that both of you are in a very indecisive mood. And that is stressful, to be sure. Why are we blaming men for this? Why are you telling me there is no lesbian couple that does this? Are you telling me there is no woman that does this? Like, I know that this person probably doesn't think that they are sending that message. If I'm being good faith, I think it might just be a reflex. But I like to point it out because even if you don't mean it that way, people are going to focus on the fact that you are choosing to call out men specifically when this is not a man thing to do, right? Meme takes it in the rear, I see. Hey man, you don't know me. So I just it's so, especially when it's this broad, right? Like, it's not like she's saying, men, I know you have penises. Like, that would be a pretty accurate statement. That would be something you could call out men for. We do, in fact, have penises. At least all cisgendered males do. So, you know, that would be something you can call out. Well, actually, no, not all, because some of them could have gotten it torn off in an accident, I guess. You know, this is, the penis question is now becoming an increasing anomaly in my head. Anyway, the spirit of what I was saying was there. Can we, like, stop, can we, so, let's break this down. Like, I think this is the advice being given in this tweet. I think it's a bit reductive to begin with, you know. So this is like, like I pointed out before, this is choice paralysis chicken. It is two people who want to do something, but they don't know what they want to do. And so they're kind of trying to offload the responsibility onto each other until eventually one person has an idea. That's a very normal couple thing to do. Like it depends on the people, right? Like one person's going to be more indecisive than the other. But in this scenario, it's just about it's such a normal thing. Like, hey babe, you want to do something? Yeah. Okay, what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. You choose. No, you choose. That's not two women, two men, a man and a woman. Or maybe not a man and his goat. That would be, the goat couldn't speak. But, you know, all the human pairings you can bring up. This is gonna happen regardless of demographic. So I don't understand why we're going, you know, let's look at the number. So men, the group being called out, wives and girlfriends, the group. Partner is the only word there that is gender neutral. Everything else is very specific. And you could have written this exact same message without having to call out men specifically. And I would call this out, like, here's the thing, right? I tend to get more cringe of this flavor than the opposite, where people are calling out women in general. But believe me, if I find one, I will bring it up. But I just want to bring this up. I want to bring this up on this show regardless of who is being called out. Because I think any one group being called out, that is, especially a group that large, and not going individual by individual, I think that is a very, very that's a not so good thing to do. So let's see what. So the way this could have been reworded is that it could have been reworded as, like, people, if you say X to your partner, it doesn't just mean Y, but it also can result in Z. Like, I just rewrote that tweet without having to mention any genitals, any identities, anything beyond the fact that there were just two people there. One person did a thing that they thought meant another thing, but it actually could mean this thing. And I did it without having to say men or women. I didn't have to bring it up, because you know why? Gender's not fucking relevant here, and there's no point. Like, I think you should avoid anything that's going to result in a semantical debate to begin with, instead of addressing the point. But you also just need to avoid stuff that's going to just piss people off for other reasons, that it's going to maybe put them on the defensive, not because they are engaging in that behavior, but because they hate that they're being lumped in with people who engage with this behavior based on a very superficial characteristic. So please, stop. Please. Please. Let's see how you got. Penis is implied meme. Implied. Is the penis question like the J question? What is the J question? But the risk meme. What of the risk? Oh God, I have failed my spouse. What a male thing for me to do. Woe is my testosterone. Yeah, you know, you gotta, a man provides. It's a very human, yeah, it's a human thing to do. It's a very human thing to do. Lesbians do this so fucking much. My best friend are lesbians. It's either, I think that's meant to be my best friend is a lesbian or my best friends are lesbians. And they do this more than me. And I'm just like, yeah, I can believe it. You know, I can believe this a lot. I can believe that this is, you know, who does this is going to depend on the individuals you're talking to. And I have a pet theory that this person, like, this is just a theory, so don't take this as fact. Don't spread this as fact. This is just a speculation based off this extremely limited information. I think that maybe she's been in relationships where it's mainly been her making the decisions. Maybe she has a lot of female friends who it's been the same thing, so that's colored her perception. So that would explain why she is doing it this way. And maybe she's filtered out like other examples because for her it's been more predominantly one way and it's affected her more emotionally. But the point is, even if that's the case, that doesn't really make it okay for her to do it. That just kind of explains why that was her default. And I think what we need to do is call it out so that we can shift these defaults to a more neutral place, so that we can actually talk about the issues that are supposedly here, rather than focusing on the fact that you're being very specific with your target, despite the fact that this is a very broad, all humans issue. Shitting. I had a timer set, and it did not go off. But I think it's about that time. So 1 second. Oh, this is actually quite a relevant thing I am doing right now, chat. Believe it or not. Something I won't have to deal with within a week, and I'm very happy about it. So, yeah, meme, talk about the colored issues. What the fuck? What happened? I got up for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. What the fuck has happened? What anarchy has spread in my chat? My good Christian chat. What is going on? Oh boy. My anarchy. Fair enough, I say. Fair enough. We are flailing wild meme. I might conjure up a slow... Oh no! Oh no! Oh, YouTube filters, don't fail me now! I'm gonna take off my shoes, because I had shoes on. Can you believe that? Shoes? It's like a... Can you believe they invented shoes? Like this thing that goes over your feet that stops you from treading on nails? It's crazy. People, like, we walked around barefooted at one point in time, didn't we? Then we invented shoes. Oh. What's up with that? Bruh, you wear shoes? You must be living in the future. I do. I don't like wearing shoes much either, to tell you the truth. It depends on the shoe. I think I'm better at wearing shoes than I used to. That used to just be a very, like... It used to feel very restrictive. I think I got used to it over time, just as I had to wear them longer and longer for different reasons. But, yeah, I think it's also just because my feet get really hot. Like, my feet overheat. And so, like, shoes can be very restrictive for me. I used to wear, like, flip-flops and sandals everywhere for the longest time for that reason, even when I was wearing long pants, because it was just like, at least I've got ventilation, you know? I'm not saying that, Bilbo. It's bad enough that I had that other guy during the Gardic phone game. Bad enough we had that. I'm not saying that, Bilbo. I'm not saying it. Put your dick away, Walter. I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter. Meme, did you try to wear long pants out in the heat? Well, it's not hot. It's not hot for me. In Canberra, it's not very hot. But the thing is, right? I don't have any shorts that aren't gym shorts. So I kind of wear long pants no matter the time of year. I'm a bit of a monster. Walter, put your dick away, Walter. I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter. You see, I used to be the opposite. I used to hate long pants, so I wear shorts everywhere, even in the freezing cold. And then I flipped at some point along the way. I don't know what happened. I just flipped, and I started wearing long pants everywhere. It was, I can't quite identify the point that happened. It definitely happened, though. I don't know if it was a fashion thing that I got really, like, obsessive over or what, but, yeah, it's something that happened. So how long have we been going for? Well, we've already been going for 2 hours. I was worried about how long this stream would be, and now we're probably due for, like, a 4-hour one. I guess because I was really aware. You know what I think happened? I think it's because I've been so aware of like, how short my notes are. I've kind of just been filling space a little bit more. Interacting with you guys a bit more. So yeah, I guess I'm always gonna have mechanisms for making sure that these streams are of length. Okay. So, you know what's funny about this next part? This is the sentence I wrote first. The main reason this stream is going to be a short boy today is because, like, past me, you keep doing you, man. You keep doing you. You cheat. You're padding this stream. You're padding this stream, bruh. Well, am I padding it, or am I just adding improvised content? Nose touch. So the reason this stream is going to be a short boy, quote unquote, now today is because I'm going through a transitional period with my routine. Yes, I'm talking about the podcast, of course, but there's a few other bits and bobs that are shifting and changing that have left me feeling a little bit exhausted this week. So I haven't been able to do quite as many topics. Starting with the podcast stuff, I've spent most of my work time this week getting the VOD channel all nice and set up, which I thought was going to be a fairly simple process, but then reality decided to slap me with its meaty ding-dong right in my face. Relevant to last week's topic on AI, I use a plugin in Premiere that goes through that goes through my recording files and automatically cuts out the extended periods of silence and dead air. This naturally saves me a lot of time when it works, but this week I was having trouble. I imported the file into my timeline and the plugin just simply refused to do its thing. I had no idea what was happening. I tried re-importing the file multiple times. I tried different audio references. I even started a trial version of another plugin that does a similar thing, and still no luck. Oh, Hippikins! Oh, thank you so much for the membership, my dude. I really appreciate it. Every little bit helps. I love your work on efap.me. I check that site really fucking regularly, honestly. Mainly just anytime I appear on EFAP, I always go to the guests page, and it's just like, haha, how have I come up? Where am I on the totem pole now? How many appearances are these? Where am I ranking amongst all the people? How many people have I blasted past now? That's always like a fun little game to play, just to see how many appearances have I made in relation to everyone else and how many hours. That's always, I love that you track the number of hours too. That's just, it's so good. So good. Let's see. So I even started a trial version of another plugin that does the same thing. Still no luck. Eventually, I figured out that the problem was the sheer length and girth of the file in question. Thus, I needed to chop up the file in the timeline, and voila, it was finally doing its job. But even then, chopping up those files meant that I needed to process multiple chunks, which took a lot of time because it's not an instantaneous thing. It has to, well, it first has to detect the silence, and then it needs to run a program then it needs to chop it up, which is dependent on like the PC's performance capabilities. So for me, it takes about 5-6 minutes per chunk, depending on how long it is. Because remember, these were like 1.5-2 hour chunks I was processing. So it took a little bit. And then I needed proof. I needed to proof watch the finished cut to make sure that the bot didn't do anything weird, especially because I decided to go with the newer plugin, the trial plugin, because it worked a little bit better than the one I was currently using. And then of course, after proof, and then remember that proof watching this, right? We remember how big this file is, right? It's a it's what it's like how many? We went almost 7 hours, so I needed to proof watch. So I was able to cut it down to about 5 to 6 hours, but that still took a lot of time. That was still a great investment just to make sure it didn't fuck up. So I proof watched it, and that took a while. And then I had to render it, and then I went to render it, and you would think that would be the end of the story. It was not the end of the story. So firstly, I decided it would be a good idea to render a music-free version of the episode. So I come from a memer background. It's where I get my name from. I was one of the EFAP memers. And I still am in my own way. It's just now I get paid to make feature-length memes, basically. So I understand the frustrations of wanting to extract a line and use it, but there's like something playing in the background, right? So I just wanted to create music-free versions of it, which you can now find the music-free version linked in the... I'm going to try and put a music-free version, a meme-friendly version, in the description of all the VODs, because it's a pretty simple thing to do, or at least it will be. This time, though, it wasn't so simple to create the music-free version. I think I alluded to it before, because I had to run it through the la AI, which took forever. So I had to do that, and then I had to balance the music, and then I didn't just use the music track that it extracted. I put a clean version of the music underneath. So I just looped that over and over, and then I adjusted the sound for that. So I rendered out the first version, and then I muted the music track. I rendered out the next version, and I'm thinking, okay, I must be done, right? So I uploaded the episode. I did all the social media and main channel announcements saying, oh yeah, the VOD's up, if you want to go see that, and everyone was just like, oh yeah, the VOD's up, yeah. And then I decided, okay, this shouldn't take too much time. I should put chapters. I should put chapters on this, so that people can easily navigate it. So I start going through the stream. I start putting chapters in, and then I get to the part where we're talking about like big cats, the lions and tigers that are owned by people, that sort of thing. I get to that point, and I realize there is an abrupt transition to another part, and I'm thinking, it must have cut out the bot must have cut out a little bit too much space there. Okay, that's weird, but whatever. So a little bit annoying, but not a big deal. And then I realized that the topic then ended almost immediately, and I was like, wait, what the fuck's going on here? Like, am I answering viewer questions? Wait, what? Oh, wait, we're starting on the AI. Whoa, there was like 20 minutes here. And what I realized was, because I had haphazardly hacked up the file to feed it to the bot, so what I did was I hacked it up, I turned it into nested sequences, I had it chopped up in the nested sequence, and then I re-imported it into the main sequence, or main timeline. Like, you can make different timelines and stuff in Premiere. It's long story short there. But what I must have done is, in my exhaustion, I must have accidentally imported it, and then accidentally gone over. I must have accidentally dragged it over like 20 minutes of another topic. So I had to go back into I had to take the videos down, take the VOD down. I had to take the announcements down. I then had to put out new announcements saying that the VODs have been taken down, and then I had to go into the fucking back into the file. I had to find the place where the cutoff happened. I had to drag the entire thing that way, which wasn't that easy because remember, it's been cut up into little 2 to 3 second chunks at this point. So moving anything around in that timeline was really difficult. And then I had to like create a new nested sequence from the part that was cut out. I had to get that chopped up again. I had to import that back in. And finally, I had the VOD back. I had it back. How did I not catch it the first time? I don't know. I think my brain skipped over it because it was tired. This long story short there, it was just an oversight. So I had to render that again. And then I had to render the music-free version at the end. And then, to rub salt in the wound, I also needed to put out clips from the last episode. So my plan, this was my plan the whole time, is that I render the VOD, and that'll be all good. But then what I'm going to do after the VOD is I'm going to just quickly take highlights from the video, and I'm going to upload them onto the channel as well, so that the channel has greater visibility to the algorithm. Because the problem with uploading only podcast episodes to a channel is that you're going to cover a lot of topics, even if you're not a variety show, and it can be hard to cater that to any one singular audience. So taking highlights from the stream and putting them on the same channel and then directing them back to the full episode, that's a good way of attracting attention. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do that. And that wouldn't have been a big deal had I not just gone through this entire rigmarole to get, to get my plugins to work, to get the music there, to get, having to do the upload, re-upload, having to deal with Premiere lagging because of all the little chunks the files have been cut into. And then I had to figure out where the time codes for the clips were. I had to highlight all the chunks, and these are really tiny chunks at this point, so I had to be really meticulous with what I was taking, and then I had to turn that into a nested sequence. And then I had to go, and the plan with the clips, right, was that I was going to do a little bit further, doing a little bit of further editing to remove some of the excess ums and ahs and just stuff like, and stuttering, stuff like that, stuff that's not such a big deal when you're listening to the VOD, but if you want to use if these clips are being used to kind of sell the show, you kind of want to just make it like not unnaturally clean, but you want to just cut out some of the excess fat in there just to keep the viewers' attention, keep them interested in the topic. So I had to go through that. I had to do that. I then had to make thumbnails for those clips. And then I had to finally put them up. Now, that was a great learning experience. And next time I'm not going to have as many issues because I've learned, because anytime I do something for the first time, even if it's a variation of something I've done before, it still takes I have to learn how to not do it in order to learn how to do it properly. It's a trial and error. So I'm going to get that down to a science. I think I already have identified the key structural weak points of my process during that last batch. So that was all well and good. For one thing, I'm going to chop up that stream into like the parts that are going to become the clips later. And I'm also going to go over the chapters ahead of time to further help that. So yeah, like I'm gonna be a lot more organized next time. I'm gonna have a more concrete plan. So that's all well and good. And obviously that process is still gonna need further tightening over time, but I've now got a better idea of what that process needs to be. However, because of my executive dysfunction that we've talked about, I have difficulties focusing on more than one task at a time. I often can't do anything. So like in this particular instance, it's like I can't do something else, especially if it's similar to the thing I'm already doing, until that other thing is done. But not strictly just if it's similar. So, for example, if I know I have a package coming, it's not uncommon for me to just not get anything done because all I can think about is the fact that I want to keep an eye out for the mailman. I want to keep an eye out for the package. I want to get the package. All I can think about is the package. So I just do very basic things until the package arrives. And then my day can effectively start after that, once the package has arrived. So I'm hoping for a morning delivery normally. Like, that's not clear. And that's not like, it doesn't mean that that's always the case. Like, if I need to, it's actually quite beneficial if I need to go out the same day a package is due to arrive, because that means that I accept at the beginning of the day I'm not going to get the package. So I just kind of, I just kind of accept that I'm going to have to get it the next day at the post office. It's a struggle. It makes multitasking very difficult. Now, that doesn't mean I can't do multitasking in general. In fact, under ideal circumstances, I like to switch between about 3 or 4 different projects sometimes. I think maybe more ideally 1 or 2, but sometimes it depends on what the projects are. Like, sometimes it can be like maybe 1 or 2 editing projects, maybe a couple of writing projects. But, it stops each task becoming monotonous if I get to switch it up. I just got a very big itch under my jaw. I had to scratch it real good. And so it's deeply complicated as to how my brain is going to cooperate. So I think I wouldn't have... So I bring this up because I think the reason I got so exhausted wasn't because things kept going wrong. Like, that wasn't fun. But I think it was also because, like I've mentioned a few times, I'm in the... I've been introducing these cats for like the last... since May. I don't know how long that is, but it's been a few months at this point. And I'm in the final stages of introducing them. And my brain knows it. By Sunday, they're going to be sharing space continuously during waking hours. And if they continue to show the same good behavior, the doors will remain open 24/7, even when I'm asleep. And if that goes well, the doors will remain open even when I'm not in the house. And then that'll be all she wrote with those introductions. Now, it's not an ultra involved process, but it still takes up a great deal of mental energy. I have to keep track of how long they remain together versus how long they need to be apart each day. I need to do swap over routines and feeding rituals. I need to, not to mention giving them their anxiety medications and spending time with them in general. It's extremely rewarding work, but it's exhausting for someone like me, and I have to be very organized with them, which means that it's harder for me to be organized with other areas of my life. And this is not to mention that there are certain frustrating disruptions that I am very, 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 very excited to no longer be a factor. So, let's talk about this. Anxiety medications for cats. Yeah, so cats can go on Prozac and stuff like that because they can have similar anxiety issues to humans. So my girl here, the middle child, she's currently on Prozac, and it's made a huge difference for her. Like, she had some hardcore anxiety issues, and so she's on Prozac, and now she is she's getting along much better. She's not nearly, she's not as, she's more playful, she's more calm. Well, the thing is, she's not been stoned because she actually needed the medication. She's actually been a lot more curious. She's actually been, it was almost like she was stoned with fear, right? Like, she was just paralyzed with fear and anxiety. And then I started giving her the meds, and I just saw such a change. Like, she was more happy, she was more affectionate, but she was also more curious. She was more aware. She was more interested in her environment. She wasn't just scared of everything. And believe me when I say I tried everything else before putting her on meds. Like, meds was the last resort for me. So Prozac may be unable to coom. Yeah, that was something that I experienced when I was on Zoloft for the longest time. Oh, it's not similar to catnip. No, it's medication. Like catnip will affect. Catnip it's kind of a drug, but not really. It's more like it can be drug-like, but it's more just it just makes them a little bit goofy, or it affects them in different ways. While the Prozac has a very specific purpose of keeping certain chemicals in the brain. Stopping certain chemicals from being absorbed and allowing them to linger in the brain for longer, so that improves them. Oh, you want too much information? We're about to get into too much information, Bilbo. Don't worry. Because remember, I just said that there was some very frustrating disruptions from having to do all these introductions and having to spend so much time with these cats. So let's get into it. So as I've said. As I've said before, the ADHD brain is a magnet for dopamine. It is we're locking on to different sources of dopamine at all times, trying to keep our stimulation at a healthy level, at a very healthy level, a deeply healthy level. We crave it. We crave it to keep the good old wheel greased and the cogs churning. That is the wheels and the cogs of our brain. So, when you're having to monitor 3 animals for increasing lengths of time during the day, and you can't get any privacy because either the cats are in the room, one of the cats are in the room with you, or the cats have full access to the room when the doors are open. So this way, I'm monitoring them either way. When that's happening, when you're going through that, let's just say that certain dopamine sources that are usually readily available, usually just part of the whole like routine of life, let's just say that these dopamine sources become somewhat unavailable. Why the fuck do you want privacy? No, I'll put it this way. If you start moving, cats are curious creatures. Okay, so cats are both curious creatures, they are hunters, and they're affectionate. So they want to be close to you. They want to be close to you especially when you're lying down on a bed, for example. They want to, if you move suddenly, if you move your hand under fabric, for example, just pulling examples out of the air, they are going to treat that like it's a rat under a blanket. So they're going to launch at it. Or alternatively, they're just going to I mentioned 3 things. They're hunters, or they're just curious. So they will go up and they will sniff a thing that they don't understand. And that's especially true when they're kittens, right? So, okay. And that's all well and good. I love that about them. I have a very good relationship with my cats. I love that they are both curious, that they have this like wild side to them, and that they are very affectionate creatures. They want to cuddle all the time. But if you want privacy from that, there are times that might not be ideal, right? So what sources of dopamine are they restricting? What am I talking about? Well, one of the big ones is the gym. There are many other factors that have been disrupting me getting back into a regular gym routine, but my fixation on getting these cats together has been one of them. The next obvious one is food. Although not a direct dopamine source, without the basic energy that the body requires to function, the brain begins to become more disrupted. So I'm thinking about the cats all the time. I'm thinking about thinking about their meal times more than I'm thinking about my meal times. I'm thinking about how it all needs to be ritualed and all that, and X, Y, and Z. I'm thinking about all of that. So my self-care goes out the window there. And then there is the final dopamine source that they restrict. That's let's call it memes happy private fun time trademark. Do not steal. Which before these introductions began, your old Uncle Meme was able to kick any animal out of the room and enjoy his happy private fun time trademark in peace and in tranquility. You know, it was nirvana. I was able to be one I was able to achieve oneness with myself, and then they could come back in when I'm done. But now that we don't, now that I've had to have a cat in the room consistently for the last 4 months, let's just say that opportunities for memes, happy private fun time trademark, have not been plentiful and frequently disrupted and frequently frustrating. And let's just say that. Let's just say that. The cat cock blockery, yes, let's say that. You know, let's say that. So look, and I don't want to be too dramatic. I don't want to be too dramatic here. I don't want to make this situation out to be more than it actually is, to be more than meets the eye. Because, you know, I'm not a dramatic person. He lied. I understand that there are certain sacrifices that need to be made. But I'm just saying, if you read about, you know, a crazed man, you know, an absolutely, you know, a wild man being arrested for attempted fornication with barnyard animals in the Canberra area, well, look, desperate times, men have needs, and so do goats. Probably not going to happen, though. No police. Wow, I left for 5 minutes. Oh, you things can change. Things can change. Things can change, don't you know? That's why you should pay a hooker to... Do you know how expensive prostitutes are? You don't know how much they cost? A lot of money. A lot of money. Otherwise, everyone would use them. Like, there is like a reward payoff factor you got to consider. And it's like, do I want to pay? Like, what was the cheapest? Like, I don't know. That would vary from place to place, right? I think it's like, I think the cheapest you could get is like 150 or maybe like 100, 150 for 20 minutes. That's not a good return on investment, is all I'm going to say. That's not a good return on investment. Especially if you're smart, you can get that for free. Let's see, dating apps are a cheaper bargain. Yeah, I would say they are, because, again, if you're, like, as Louis C.K. said, if you're smart, you can get it for free. For me, it's like, I don't know. I've never been too into hookup culture, to be honest. I've had, like, as far as people who I'm not dating, I think I've had one friend, one fuck buddy, and one night stand in my life. That's about it. That's that is the extent of my casual sex experience. Otherwise, I like to get to know the person, you know? Meme, that's why you become the prostitute. Then they pay you. True. You have a point. So, let's could get a fleshlight. True, but that wouldn't solve the privacy problem. You see, that would just give me another option. The privacy problem would still exist, and it might get worse actually, because then they'd be like, "Oh, what is this thing?" You know? Oh boy. Did you cry? Did you cry all throughout the hooker experience, meme? I've never hired a hooker, so no. I've looked up prices out of curiosity. Never actually hired one though, because fuck that. You know, I can look things up, but then as soon as like you get to a certain dollar amount, actually, even if it was really cheap, right? I would be like, why is this so cheap? How are you affording to do this so cheaply? I don't know. I don't trust this. I'm gonna not do that. Oh, one night stand. No, I didn't. I think I was too drunk. I was too drunk to engage with it to its fullest extent. But she had a good time. She had a good time. She had a very good time. Meme's booty jiggled neurodivergently. Okay, so moving on to fourth wall breaking. Let's see. So there's a question that's coming out of this She-Hulk show, right? Like, there's we've seen. I assume a lot of you have seen my appearances on Metal's Forge of just me being horrified at everything that happened in She-Hulk. So, no. The problem is I can't close the door. So the problem is I need one of the cats until they're completely introduced and I can trust them in the other room with each other, right? I can't close the door, or I can't have it be that one of them is not in the room with me if the door is closed. That's kind of the point. Anyway, so can fourth wall breaks be well written? Well, that's a question that's been coming up. I think, I think especially in the Metal's Forge chat, a lot of people were just really against it, or at least a few people were that stood out. So I thought it was an interesting subject. And I put out a tweet on Twitter, like saying I kind of wanted to just look through a bunch of fourth wall breaks just to show how to do it better. And I actually got a lot of recommendations, which I was quite tickled pink by. It was, it was an embarrassment of riches, as they say. But yeah, so can they? So what's my opinion? I think it's like anything. If you have consistent mechanics behind how these brushes with reality occur, you should be fine. It's less a matter of if you break the fourth wall and more a matter of how. So you got to ask these questions, like, how does it affect the character? What are the limitations? What are the limitations that within the character's ability to break the fourth wall? Like, you can't have it be that they can, I don't know, just throwing an example out there, just fucking teleport themselves to the writer and tell them to change things. Like, that shouldn't be an unlimited ability they have, let's just say. You shouldn't set that up without any something like that up without any major restrictions. Like, and the thing is, a restriction to that could be pretty simple, which is just the writer says no and continues to write them the same way. But let's see. Of course, you would want more than that, but that's like one way you can do it. That's just off the top of my head. So you gotta ask other questions, like, are they melancholy about being a fictional character, or do they take it in stride? Do they rationalize it away as more being an interaction with the multiverse, or do they rather take it, or are they rather literal in taking themselves as a fictional character? Do they rationalize it in the same way that we would rationalize simulation theory being true, in that they are still real and still have thoughts and feelings and emotions, but just not in the way that they initially thought? There's a lot of stuff you can play around with there, and plenty of fertile storytelling opportunities. That being said, it's not just something you can do to look all big and clever. You shouldn't just do it because you're thinking you're the smartest person on planet Earth, or by doing this or what have you. Because you shouldn't do it to be big and clever. But you need to, instead of trying to be big and clever, trying to be big and clever, you just need to be clever. You need to be smart, intelligent. You need to be a particularly skilled writer to do this. And you need to think about your choices when entering that metaphysical space, and how that could affect the plot and the world as a whole. Thus, I do understand why some people simply can't deal with fourth wall breaks and have a certain disdain for that kind of metaphysical storytelling. For me personally, it's all down to execution. It really is that simple. It's like anything. I'm not a guy to judge concepts mostly, except for pet peeves. But even then, like, you can execute one of my pet peeves well. I just prefer if you didn't. I would prefer if you didn't do it, that is. If you're going to do it well. But there are just certain things I would prefer you wouldn't do. Like, I don't like Batman killing people. That's one of them. Like, it's one of many. But you can do it well. I just don't like it. But, it's all down to execution. Some people can't get into that fourth wall metaphysical stuff because to them it's a constant reminder that what they're seeing isn't real. But for me, it's more a matter of perspective. Everything is still real to the character from their point of view. and thus my investment more comes down to how broken they've made the ability to peer beyond the veil. You know, it's like, let's take Deadpool. Like he Deadpool or She-Hulk from the comics, really, they kind of exist in that similar space. So, you know, one of them, you know, they take one of the like caption, they take one of the narration boxes, and they grab it, they plonk it down, and they use it to whack someone with it. Like, what does that actually affect? It doesn't really affect the story too much, does it? It just means that on occasion they will have an additional weapon that might not be any more effective than their own powers and existing weapons. So they have the ability to improvise a weapon from like a piece of the, you know, a piece of the page, basically. But they don't really, it doesn't really give them that much of an advantage, and it's more just like a quality gag more than it is something that is deeply affecting the story, if that makes sense. And you know, I think there's a spectrum to fourth wall breaking, right? There's, you know, one-off fourth wall gags that never come up again, which the audience can easily acknowledge as just like, yeah, they did that because they were just being cheeky in the script. It's a break from reality, but it's meant to just, it's not one that affects the story. The example that comes to mind is that there's an episode of Spectacular Spider-Man where Green Goblin is just rhyming the whole time. Like he's talking to himself, and he's manipulating this prison system to fuck with Spider-Man. And he's rhyming while he does it. And then he just turns to the camera at one point and goes, "I am in a rhyming mood today." And that's the extent of the gag. That doesn't affect anything. It's just kind of like, oh no, I feel seen. Fuck. You know, it's kind of like a little like, whoa, stop looking at me. Look at the, you know, but doesn't really affect much. You know, and then there's like a spectrum between that and literally jumping into the real world and doing all of that sort of thing. And I think along the entire spectrum, you can do all of it well. It's just a matter of what you're doing with it. Yeah, like Deadpool grabbing the health bar and beating his opponent to death with it is a very classic example. You know, tongue-in-cheek, not in ass. Yep, that very good. That's a very good way of putting that sort of thing. And that's the thing. I worry deeply about the She-Hulk show because it is doing so many things that are a little bit out there, and because they're doing it so badly, it worries me that it is like souring people to these ideas. Like, even like I started, like when the trailers were coming out, I was so worried that people were going to like sour on the concept of She-Hulk in general because the show is so bad. Because like She-Hulk, from what I've seen, like the comics look wonderful. Like it looks like very tongue-in-cheek, very, you know, cheeky and fun. Like a very different, like as it should be, very different from Hulk. Like you do a She-Hulk character, you want her to be distinct from Hulk. And the show, sure, the show is distinct from Hulk, but it's bad. It's bad in how it's doing it. Yeah. It's and there are so many things, and you can see this on Metal's Forge, right? I'm consistently trying to rewrite a lot of what they're doing and trying to explain, okay, you want to do this is how you do it well. Because I always get really frightened when a show or a movie does something and they do it so badly, and it's not a common enough thing it's not common enough in media that a lot of people would have a frame of reference for how it would be done well. So a lot of people were just like, oh, well, of course it's shit, you did this, when really it's that they did it badly. And so I'm trying to, you know, with that final episode, I was pointing out that they were swimming in joke opportunities, like ignoring the implications of what they did and how they didn't really earn that particular ending. They were swimming in opportunities with that premise. Like what comes to mind is the fact they did nothing with the idea that she's a CGI character. All they did was go, hey, you need to turn back into Jennifer. Why? You're expensive. Also, do it when the camera is not looking at you, so we don't have to animate that either. And it's like, so you didn't like desync the model from the mocap person. You didn't show the mocap person at any point. You didn't have the model twisting and like it's a bad YouTube animation. You didn't like. There are so many things you could have done with the idea of her being a CGI character, and you did nothing with it. You did fuck all. You did less than fuck all. You could have done so much. And, you know, the whole idea of her changing the ending, you know how you earn that sort of thing? And, you know how you do that sort of thing? Well, there's a lot of different details they would have to figure out. Like, you would not be doing it anywhere near how they did it. But part of doing it, part of the build-up to this fourth wall annihilation is, like, we already have her established as a character who knows she's a fictional character, right? So, shouldn't it be a case of, what if the premise was, it's a character who is self-aware about the fact that they're in a bad story. So they're aware of the bad writing, they're aware of like the tropes and cliches, they're aware of the contrivances and plot holes and all that. That could be interesting. Like this almost, it could be like this existential comedy where it's just this otherwise like rational person trapped in this irrational world. And that could be something really, really cool, but it would take a very skilled writer to pull it off, because there's quote unquote bad writing and then there's bad writing, right? So like, if the whole premise is that it's a fictional character locked in a poorly written story, you know, it's quote unquote bad writing if you do it correctly, because the conflict is related to the fact that nothing is lining up, and it's almost a character's fight against the author sort of thing. But then there's what they actually did, which was just bad writing, which was just, oh, she occasionally turns to camera to talk. She occasionally, and then inexplicably she jumps out of the show to change the ending inexplicably. And then everything, she gives herself a happy ending. Oh great. Like even that happy ending, there was an opportunity there for that to have just the darkest subtext you could imagine. Like, let's say that she does get the ending changed and she gets everything she ever wants, but she's not happy because she didn't earn that ending. And she knows deep down that she didn't earn it. She cheated. She went out, she got the writer to change things, and now she is no longer living in a world of cause and effect. She is living in a world she contrived to suit her own purposes. And that could be set up for a season 2 where she tries to fix things. And maybe, you know, you could even go, if you really wanted to go wacky with it, you could have it be, you know, what if the characters found out that in some way she manipulated them into those positions? What would that mean to them? Like, there is fertile ground there, but instead they played it straight. They had it be, yeah, we got the happy ending, and that's it. Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell. There was so much they could have done with that show, and they've ruined it. They've killed it. They've shot it in the brain, and it's done. Man, oh man, oh man. Meme. I feel like there was going to be more to that, but okay. So, what's your shitty image thing resolution? Probably not great, because this is a placeholder for the actual art. This is just a placeholder that it's supposed to give the idea of what my art is meant to be, of what the final art's going to be, but it's not the final art. I just threw it together. I don't know what the ratio for the actual image is. Maybe I can check. Let's see. What is the actual image resolution? Do I even have that information here? Oh, it's 720p, so it's a bit stretched. Actually, why is it 720p? Why did I make it 720p? I must have done that by accident. Oh, no, wait, that's the thumbnail. Sorry, that's the thumbnail I'm looking at, not the actual thing. No, what's the actual background? What's the mockups resolution? I don't know where the mockups resolution is. I'll have to get back to you on that. It's not actually 720p, though, I'm pretty sure. Oh, here it is. The mockups resolution is 720p, too. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so it is a bit stretched. But yeah, it's placeholder art, I'm pretty sure. Well, I know I'm pretty sure that I made this as a placeholder. Yeah, so it's gonna get better with time. I'm streaming at I'm pretty sure I'm streaming at 1080p. Yeah, I am streaming at 1080p. So yeah, it's a bit stretched as a result. Okay, so you know what we're going to talk about now? This is going to be our final subject before the after show. I'm streaming at 16:9. That's the. Okay, so who's heard about the Bayonetta controversy? That's been something that came up, right? And that was right after last week, where we talked about the whole Charles Martinet Mario thing, where Chris Pratt and all that. A thing that is now available as a VOD, as a clip on the Stream Repository channel for convenience. When are you going to stream? I'm going to be doing this every Wednesday at 10 a.m. my time. So, yeah. So Australian Eastern Time, whether that be daylight savings or not. No. Okay, so the Bayonetta controversy is Helena Taylor was replaced with Jennifer Hale as the voice of Bayonetta. Okay, check your DM later this week. Okay, cool. I will check my DMs. So Helena Taylor was replaced as the voice of Bayonetta. Instead of taking my word for the situation, because I don't want to misrepresent it, I want to try and be as. I want to try to represent what Helena said as best as I can. So I'm gonna play what she had to say. I have that all lined up. So let's take a look. See, shall we? So gonna go over here. Here we go. And let's see. So I gotta do two things right now. I've got to pause the music very quickly. I've then got to go into settings. And go and just turn this back to 0. Turn this back to 0. Okay, cool. Because I had the audio turned down to -3.5. But this is important. Yes. So let's all just listen to what she had to say.
Hello, my name's Helena Taylor, and I am the voice of Bayonetta, and I would like to explain to you why I didn't voice Bayonetta 3. The Bayonetta franchise made an approximated $450 million. That's not including merchandise. As an actor, I trained for a total of 7.5 years. 3 years at the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art, LAMDA, with voice coach Barbara Barkery, and 4.5 years with the legendary Larry Moss in Los Angeles. And what did they think this was worth? What did they offer to pay me? The final offer to do the whole game as a buyout, a flat rate, was $4,000 US. This is an insult to me. The amount of time that I took to work on my talent and everything that I have given to this game and to the fans. I am asking the fans to boycott this game and instead spend the money that you would have spent on this game donating it to charity. I didn't want the world, I didn't ask for too much. I was just asking for a decent, dignified living wage. What they did was legal, but it was immoral. Those of you who follow me on Twitter know that I'm more of a lover than a fighter, and sometimes think I'm not very much like Bayonetta at all, but I guess I am a little bit more like Bayonetta than I thought. I understand that boycotting this game is a personal choice, and there are those that won't, and that's fine. But if you're someone who cares about people, who cares about the world around you, who cares about who gets hurt with these financial decisions, then I urge you to boycott this game. I decided to do it to stand up in solidarity with people all over the world who do not get paid properly for their talents. Fat cats cream off the top and leave us the rotten crumbs. You know, in England right now, there are nurses going to food banks to feed their children. This is not right. This is not acceptable. It impacts mental health. Because of it, I suffered from depression and anxiety. I worried that I was going to be on the streets. That terrified me so much that once I was suicidal. I am not afraid of the non-disclosure agreement. I can't even afford to run a car. What are they going to do? Take my clothes? Good luck to them. Bayonetta always stands up for those with less power and stands up for what is right. And in doing this, you stand with her. Thank you. For those of you who are interested, I'd like to go into a little more detail about the back and forth. The first thing was I was required to audition again, because sometimes voices change with time. So I auditioned for the role and obviously passed with flying colours. They then sent me an insulting offer. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to write to Hideki Kamiya. I'm going to write to him and ask him for what I'm worth. So I got a friend who has been in business in Japan to write in Japanese to him. I know he read it because I got a reply. I got a reply saying that he values greatly my contribution to the game and that the fans really want me to voice it over, and the memory of first meeting me as Bayonetta is a memory I hold dear. So I thought, great, thank God. That was when they offered me $4,000 US. Do you know, Platinum had the cheek to say that I was busy, that they couldn't make it work with Miss Taylor's schedule. Well, I had nothing but time. They now have a new girl voicing her over. And I love actors. I wish her all the joy in the world. I wish her all the jobs, but she has no right to say she is the voice of Bayonetta. I created that voice. She has no right to sign merchandise as Bayonetta, any more than I have the right to sign as Eva Green, even though I was her parrot on the video game The Golden Compass. That portrayal is hers and hers alone. They'll probably try and do a spin-off with Jan. Don't buy that either.
Okay, so let's get... I've got to be very careful now. I've got to make sure I don't blast ears, because I had to do some adjustments a little ahead of time. Well, not ahead of time, but just Where are the sound settings? What have they done? No, not that. What the hell? Oh no! Oh, they're over here. I've got to now do this very complicated process where I turn the volume of the sound back down. There we go. And then I turn on the music again. Okay, so close that. And then back here. Cool, cool, cool. So, let's get up my notes again. Oh, and now I gotta turn it down again. There we go. Thought that was a bit loud. Okay. You gotta. It's a balancing act, isn't it? Okay, loud soup. So, just going off this, I would consider this pretty unacceptable. And although, I haven't played the other Bayonetta games. I want to. I just haven't been able to get around to it. Especially because I don't own a Switch. So I'd have to get a Switch, and then I'd have to get that. And so it wasn't high on the priority list to begin with. And so now that this is starting to come out, I'm not exactly motivated to go out and play it. For me, look, I would say a good compromise if you don't want to support them financially with this. I guess it's good to know that I think all the developers are already paid and everything, and if they're going to get laid off, a lot of the time it's regardless of the success of the game. There's all kinds of back and forth as to what the ethical thing to do here is. I'd say if you still want to play the game but don't want to support them financially, if that's something you don't want to do, you can still get it used. I'm pretty sure you can get it used. You can get it secondhand. You can get it. There are many ways to bypass this without having to support the developers directly. Like you can turn what would have been 2 sales into just the single sale, if that makes sense. So this, we talked about Charles Martinet getting fucked over last week, but I've been thinking about just how voice actors are getting increasingly fucked in the asshole. Especially the last. This has probably been an ongoing thing, but I think it's been an increasingly visible thing the last few years, especially. So I'll list off some examples. So Peter Cullen was brought in at the last minute to voice Optimus Prime for Bumblebee, in the Bumblebee movie. So by the time they brought him in, all the animation had already been done, and it had been synced up to an impersonator of Peter Cullen. So they had been they've been basing all the animation and the performance after, on Peter Cullen's, double, on his voice double. And then so when they brought him in, Peter Cullen had to sync his performance. He had to match his performance to the impersonator. Now the problem is the impersonator probably sounded fine, like, he probably did an okay job. Especially, I think it might have even been John Bailey or someone like that. Someone who does a decent Optimus Prime. But, there were a lot of, the thing about impersonators is unless they are unless they're spot on, like usually the problem with impersonators is they don't get, there's normally rhythms to how the character delivers the lines that the impersonator isn't going to quite cordon on to. Like they'll get the general gist of it, but there's going to be certain ways the character speaks that, like I think Peter would have done he said he would have done the delivery much slower, much more extended, instead of having to rush through it like the impersonator did. Like he would have had dragged it out a little bit, because that's how Optimus Prime speaks. So he was forced to speak in this very unnatural way. They brought him in, and why did they do this? Because they didn't want to pay as much for him. They wanted to cheap out on it, and they thought, well, we can bring Peter in, but we don't have to use him the whole time, right? We can just sync it up. They didn't really compute that it's so important to have the person there from day one, that if you don't have the person there from day one, bad things can happen. Very bad things can happen. And like he was fine, like he was okay in Bumblebee, but when I watched Bumblebee, and I like Bumblebee, but I did detect that his performance was a bit off, and I couldn't really pinpoint it. I thought, oh, is he getting older? Is he losing it? Like, what? And it's just like, no. It's just that he's still fine. It's just that the environment he was put in was not so fine. Like, he still got it. Like, he is still very much got, like, Optimus Prime's voice ages like wine. Like, the older he gets, the more texture and flavor that voice gets. It's beautiful. So next up, the voice talent for Space Jam 2. Like, all the Looney Tunes people, they were forced to sync their delivery to the animation rather than the animation being informed by their performance. Again, ridiculous. Like, apparently they did the anime, like, I need to double check this, admittedly, but the voice talent, like, something funky was going on there. Like, they, like, from what I know, and I'm someone feel free to correct me, they had to, they had to, fucking perform to the animation, which is just not how it works. You need to record the voices first, and then those voices can inform how the animation is done. That's how there's a reason that's how it's always done, because that gives the performer so much more freedom. Now, there are exceptions to this. If you're dubbing an anime, for example, you have to line it up to the existing animation, but that's more a matter of utility, right? It's just the way that it has to be done because it was originally recorded in another language. But this goes a step further. There was, like, at best, you probably had a bunch of animators doing bad impressions of those characters rather than the professional actors doing their thing. Like, that might be the best you've got for the animation. And I imagine the reason for that was, again, they thought, where can we make cuts in this budget? Oh, voice actors. Of course, we can minimize the amount of time we need with them. Sure, why not? The Netflix Transformers show didn't hire any of the established voices for the characters, despite the fact that the show was styled heavily after G1 and Beast Wars. So they decided to go with a style that heavily evokes all the original designs from both Generation 1 Transformers and Beast Wars, but they didn't get any of the voice talent in, even though a lot of those lines seemed clearly written for those actors. Like, I think Beast Wars Megatron is the worst example, where he's just unrecognizable and not in a good way. And again, what was the reason for doing this? Well, they didn't want to get actors who were that were union actors. They didn't want to get union actors because they would have to pay more for union actors. So they just got a bunch of non-union people in, and the show suffered as a result. And there's a good reason that these actors are in unions, because those unions can go, oi, fucking pay them properly, please. Fucking don't you have to you have to actually let them take breaks, otherwise their vocal cords will bleed. Don't make them do this raspy sound for 8 hours. Like, they wanted to cheap out on it, and they got what they paid for, really, because I've seen a lot of clips from that show and it's painful. I think even Peter Chalk, who voiced Optimus Primal in Beast Wars, said, like, they're trying way too hard to make every line sound like the most important thing ever, and it comes off as really flat as a result. We've already mentioned that Charles Martinet has seemingly not even been given was not even given the opportunity to voice Mario. He wasn't given the option to voice Mario in the film. And that was most likely because the studio wanted an all-celebrity cast. And, again, I'm disturbed by the fact that Charles Martinet's name wasn't even in the trailer when it was on the poster, meaning that his cameo appearance might have been cut. The Final Fantasy VII characters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate don't get any English voice actors because, again, those actors were union. Because why, they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay them. They don't want to pay them what they're owed. Like, voice acting is a very strenuous sort of thing. And it's also these when you're voicing these high profile roles, especially, they deserve compensation for that. When you're going to make a lot of money, the actors deserve a proportionate amount of that pie, and they deserve residuals and all that stuff. And, the studios don't want to deal with that shit. And now this brings us to the present, where we have Helena Taylor, who was apparently, who, according, as we just saw, she was, according to her, offered an insulting $4,000 to voice an entire video game. Like, this is a whole video game. I don't know if you guys know this, but video games can be more work than movies, depending on the game. Yet she was being offered pennies to play, to bring this role to life. Like the voice actor. This brings me to something interesting that happened only very recently. I think it was like 2016, 2017 or something, where, do we remember that the Voice Actors Guild went on strike a few years ago? Like, they did, and they might have to fucking go on strike again. By the looks of it, because it looks like this shit is just continuing to bleed in. Now, the strike last time, I'm not sure why it ended when it did, and it looks like they didn't get too many concessions from it. But I think my pet theory is that the actors couldn't afford to stay out of work for too long, so eventually, they had to compromise, that sort of thing. So I've got like a wild pie in the sky sort of idea, and this is, I don't even know how practical this would be, but I have an idea for what would happen, for a way they could maybe extend another strike a little bit longer. Because there have been some precedents set in the last couple of years that interest me, and that make me think that maybe there's a way that fans can help a strike, and they can help support these actors if they decided to go on strike. So let's talk about Patreon, or something similar. So yeah, as I said, the issue with striking is that you're not working. So if you don't have, so what happens if you eliminate, you're not working, so you're more likely to crumble sooner if you're just not getting any income flowing in. I mean, most voice actors, they're not exactly flushed with cash. Like, they've got probably a little bit tucked away, but they probably can't afford to be out of the booth very long. So what if that was no longer a concern? If we say, let's say in a theoretical scenario, right? They didn't need to worry. They didn't need to worry for a decent length of time about money, and it was coming from somewhere else. I'm thinking that would get the big boys to sweat just a little. That would cause them to go, oh fuck! Not only are they not working, they're getting this other source of revenue coming in that we couldn't anticipate, and they're actually managing to scrape by. So would this be a feasible option to start a Patreon or a few Patreon? I don't know what form it would take, but crowdsourcing, like a recurrent crowdsourcing scheme. So would this be practical? Well, I would have said no a few years ago. I would have said no because obviously, like most Patreons, they don't pull in very much. And definitely not enough to support a large number of people. But then there was a game that came along called Paralives. Now, Paralives... Okay, so the easiest way to explain Paralives, think about what Cities Skylines is to SimCities. Paralives is that to The Sims. So it's someone's developing a game that's The Sims, but not tied to EA, and not tied to that. So basically a competitor to The Sims. So they didn't crowdfund their game a traditional way. They started a Patreon, and that Patreon gets $63,000 a month, which is pretty good. And remember, this is a small indie studio. Not a lot of people really know about this game in the grand scheme. Like, it's not unknown for sure. Like, there's been talk about it, a little bit of media buzz, but I don't see people talking about this all the time, especially not as much as they talk about a lot of the more prevalent voice performers. So it did get me to thinking, and this is just like a thought. I'm not saying this is something that could definitely happen. It's more just, let's look at this in theory. Like, what could be achieved if they decided to start a Patreon? Like, what if all the major voice actors and a lot of the minor ones, what if they pooled their collective influence and started a strike fund with their followers. So let's see. So you've got Jennifer Hale, who on her own has 100,000 followers. If even half of those followers donated at least $1, that'd be 50 grand a month right there. And if you quartered that, that would be 25 grand. Even 1% of that would be $1,000, right? And, you know, I don't think it would be as low as 1%. But, you know, even at even at the lowest estimates, that would not be insignificant. It wouldn't be insignificant because that is just one person. That is just a single voice actor. So if they coordinated, they decided to coordinate on a Patreon, right? And they pulled all of their collective influence, like a lot of people who have, you know, hundreds of thousands of followers, or you know, these larger communities that are following them. If they pulled their resources and started a Patreon to help support a potential strike, you know, I'm not sure how that would go, to tell you the truth. Like, I don't want to be definitive, but, you know, just thinking outside the box, I do wonder if there is the possibility there of it generating enough revenue to keep the voice actors out of the game long enough for the big boys to really like go, oh fuck, we don't have our big hitters right now and we need them. Like, you know, we because we're now stuck between really expensive Hollywood actors and fucking you know, no-name talent that you know, really green no-name talent. And you know, as we've seen with some of these guys, you know, some of them don't really care about the talent, but I think a lot of them still do. And I think it's going to be enough that there's going to be a major shift within the industry. There could be a major shift if these actors were able to strike for an extended period of time. Would this be a feasible option? Again, I just don't know. I do not know. I could see it being one of those things that seems impractical, but then turns out to be a really good idea. I could see it falling on its face. I could see it being heavily dependent on how they executed such an idea, to be sure. But I think the Paralives Patreon at least gives precedent for the idea that a large-scale Patreon or Subscribestar or both, like, that could work. Like, if they got, you know, if they were able to just, you know, use their influence to their advantage. It's definitely something to think about for sure. It's, you know, I like it. That's just how my brain works. I just like these rock and hard play scenarios where it's like, okay, the strike didn't work last time. Why didn't the strike work? Because they could, most likely, and this is just a guess on my part, because of the revenue stream. So what happens when you eliminate that problem? Well, maybe the big boys are a little bit more likely to listen. So that's something to think about at the very least. So going back to the Jennifer Hale, Helena Taylor thing. I think I would be pretty disingenuous if I didn't mention that Jennifer Hale. Well, firstly, that Jennifer Hale and the on the ground Platinum Games people should not be targets here. Like, the outrage here, if this is how it appears, according to Helena's words, if it is this, the outrage here is, I would say that it is definitely more that, the executives in charge, the guy, the Platinum, the main Platinum Games guy, the Bayonetta creator, there's a now deleted tweet where I think this is almost word for word what he said, where it's like, I will not put up, I'm gonna just look it up, I don't want to misquote it. Hideki, I think it's Hideki, yep. Yeah, so he deleted his account, did he not? or was it no? Wait, that's someone else. Over controversy. Okay, maybe it was him. What did? Okay, so it was sad and deplorable about the attitude of untruth, and then does this fucking not give the other part? Article, you need to include the whole quote. Fuck you. Include the whole quote, you coward. So where's the... Someone, please tell me someone fucking screenshotted this. Someone, please. Please tell me. Please tell me that someone screenshotted that quote from that guy. I need it. I need it right now. Why did I not prepare it? That's a failure of my executive function right there, is that I did not get this ahead of time because I was exhausted. What the hell? Where the hell is this tweet? Tweet. Twitter now gone. Oh, and now it's back. Okay, did any of these outlets fucking... Oh, here it is. Here it is. So it was sad and deplorable about the attitude of untruth. That's what all I can tell now. By the way, beware of my rules. So that is a... Look, word of advice. If you are being accused of something, shouting beware of my rules in all caps, not a good look. Not a good look. Might make you look a little bit unhinged. I hope. Good faith, that was a translation error. It's not looking great. Not looking great though. Might I suggest thinking about optics before responding to these sorts of things? Innocent or guilty. Like it's always good to tread a little bit lightly with this sort of thing. But yeah, I think I would be disingenuous. So the people like that. So the executives are the people that deserve the criticism. The grunts on the ground. The developers putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this that didn't have a say in the voice talent, how much they get paid, that sort of thing. Let's not do guilt by association here. And this includes Jennifer Hale, who I very much suspect might not have even I very, very heavily suspect didn't really have much of an idea of what she was signing up for when she signed it, especially because Platinum is not being honest with, Platinum was willing to lie in the initial press release about, Helena being busy and all that. So if that's true, then it's very possible Jennifer Hale wasn't given the full picture before signing up, and now she's got the contracts and the NDAs and all that set up. So, it's hard to say. But I'm going to read to you what she put out on Twitter in response to this, just because I think it's important. It's important to get that side of the story out there, to not omit anything. With regard to Bayonetta 3, as a lifetime member of the voice acting community, I support every actor's right to be paid well and have advocated consistently for this for years. Anyone who knows me or has followed my career will know that I have great respect for my peers and that I am an advocate for all members of the community. I am under an NDA and I'm not at liberty to speak regarding the situation. My reputation speaks for itself. I sincerely ask that everyone keep in mind that this game has been created by an entire team of hard-working, dedicated people, and I hope everyone will keep an open mind about what they've created. Finally, I hope that everyone involved may resolve their differences in an amicable, respectful way, and with love and respect to you all, Jennifer Hale. So, I think that's good to just note, is that she can't really speak about it, obviously, NDAs, but, reading between the lines, if I'm to, I'm always trying to be as good faith as possible, so trying to read between the lines in the best way possible. I think it is a case of either she wasn't really informed about all the details when she signed up, and now she's got a lot of contractual obligations with it. And if she could, she probably would be throwing support behind Helena, very possibly, if everything lines up the way that it is. Like, but she can't. Look, it's a case of my hands are tied, and I will try my best with what I have. Which, fair enough. You have to choose your battles sometimes when it comes to this stuff. Let's see. This has been an evolving story. It's been evolving and growing and changing and all kinds of things. So this is continuing to grow, because this morning we got a brand new update, which is a couple of outlets reported, that they had inside sources from Platinum saying that they actually offered her $15,000 in $4,000 recording sessions. Helena fired back against this, saying, that they were lying about it, just trying to save their own asses. It kind of shows that this is a developing situation. As much as I'm more inclined to believe Helena's side, because as I listed, there is a consistent history of mistreatment for voice actors by big studios, and by just in general, like they are very undervalued for how essential they are. It's good to take everything I'm saying and everything that has been said with a grain of salt, and just allow the situation to unfold without getting too emotionally invested in any one narrative, any outcomes. It's just try to keep we'll try to keep a lid on it, speak out against the outrage against the voice acting community in general, because even if, let's just say that Platinum's side of the story is true, it's distressing that it was such a believable story, right? Because of how voice actors have been consistently treated. Like, it still raises, it still draws attention to a much larger issue. It's just that in this particular instance, it would just be in that particular instance there might have been some mistruths. But again, we don't know if there were mistruths, if there are not, who is telling what to whom. We can only look at the surrounding context and decide for ourselves what we believe with the evidence available. Ben Diskin, who's another really good voice actor, I think he voiced Eddie Brock and Venom in the Spectacular Spider-Man. He's really good. So he actually had something to say in regard to nope, that's something else. I forgot to import the thing. Oh dear. That was an oversight on my part. Let's see. Let's get this up. I'm going to get this tweet thing up. Get this tweet thread right up in the business, because I do have it. So we're going to put it up on the screen right here in front of my face. Yeah. Just going to read this, because I think, I do respect what the message he's encouraging here. So let's take a look. So I'm just going to open it for myself here. So, I feel like critical thinking is a skill that needs to be taught as its own subject in school. If you only hear one side or part of one side of a story, you haven't heard the whole story. Spreading an opinion based off of partial information can spread misinformation. Get all the information, then ask yourself, where is the information coming from? If the sources seem too biased or unreliable, seek better sources. Hear people out and give them the benefit of the doubt, but remember, people lie, people omit, people make mistakes, people misremember, people exaggerate, people misconstrue, people misrepresent, people get confused, people change their mind, people are fallible. We don't live in a world of good versus evil, right versus wrong, etc. We live in a world of nuance and details that matter, which I wish Twitter would learn. Familiarize yourself with as many of them as you can before you broadcast your opinion all over the public platform like this. Real people can get hurt. And I think there's wisdom to that. And, my more immediate response there was more because I've been keeping an eye on like the mistreatment of voice actors for a while now, and I finally feel confident enough to speak out for it. But maybe I jumped the gun. It's possible. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think there's enough information. It's something I need to reflect on for sure. But I think where I'm settling with it is that it's more worth talking about than it isn't, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather draw attention to it than not. But I also, I always try to encourage critical thinking at the same time. If I were to change anything, I might want to inject a little bit more nuance into my initial reaction, but I still think it's better to talk about it than to not. It's just better to keep a straight head about it. A straight head? Is that a level head? Yeah, I think that's it. And so yeah, just like I said, just have a healthy level of detachment from it. Just try to think clearly, and I think it'll be all good. Just take things by ear, I guess is another way to put it. Like, play it by ear, see what happens. Be willing to change your perspective as new information comes out. Be open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brain falls out. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. Went through a few different subjects with that. Let's see what you guys had to say with this subject. Yeah, I haven't searched out paid acting jobs, but I was super active for like 6 years and got paid once, and it was for an opera. It was for an opera I had no lines, so paying people seems like a privilege to them. That's the problem, right? Like, it seems like it's the whole paid through if they can get away with it, they'll pay you in exposure. They'll say, "Oh, we're not going to pay you we're not going to compensate you, but we're going to give you exposure dollars." So that one day you might get a paid role. And it's like, I mean, exposure, I'm not saying that's not valuable, but I can't buy a hot dog with exposure. You cannot buy a hot dog with exposure. What am I supposed to do? Die? I am fearful of the precedent being set by replacing voice actors with movie stars. Voice acting takes a very... I completely agree. I think we talked about it with the Mario thing before. It is very troubling, extremely troubling. And obviously there are some actors who can both do voice over work and physical acting work. I do a bit of both, but both, I will never treat them as the same thing. I will treat them as extensions of an overall shared craft that is performance, but the skill sets are still different and have different requirements. Also meme, you want to know how my paper's progressing? I would love to know how your paper's progressing, Swalpool. I really would. Don't read mine out loud. Oh, this sounds racist, homophobic, and bigoted, and also She-Hulk is a sex-positive show for kids. You N-words, political party. The political party, not the race slur. Fascinating. Oh my god, my ear is itchy. There we go. So, kind kind of reached the end of the like the proper topics. I am going to take a little pee-pee, and then I'm going to decide if I want to do the fun little activity I assigned myself at the end, which I'm starting to wish I hadn't assigned myself at the end, or if I'm going to just switch straight to the after show. You know, there's the power is mine. Oh, actually, there was a super chat that came in, wasn't there? She said in an interview she did Bayonetta in 4 days for 4 hours. If it was 4,000, that's like 250 an hour. I think it's. I'm just trying to think of. I think the problem is that it's a flat rate, and that it's not it's not proportionate to how much the games make, and it doesn't take into account a lot of different stuff. Like, she has the right to, like, she's not green and starting out. She's not. She is essential for that game to work, and that game is going to make a lot more than $4,000. And $4,000, you know, that's not exactly a lot of money to live off of, especially if you're not getting a lot of work. And when you have like become the voice of an iconic character, you do earn the right to you do earn the right to have higher amounts of compensation for that, because it isn't an I don't think anyone does. Do people do voice? I guess it depends. Like, different voice actors would do different things. Definitely a lot of things to think about. How is she essential to a game? Well, if she's the voice of the main character, I would call that pretty essential. It's pay for scale, yeah. Yeah, like there are always going to be negotiations. There are always going to be negotiations going on with this sort of thing, and I think it's important to oh no, I just realized I forgot to press the start recording button, which means I'm gonna have to use the AI again. Fuck. Oh god. Well, I tried. Oh no, why can't I do anything right? Anyway. I need to press the start recording button to take advantage of the thing. Oh no, I'm gonna have to use the bot again to separate the music. Oh well, live and learn. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, even if let's just throw a number out there. She gets paid $1 million for it, and I'm not even saying she necessarily should be paid that amount. I'm not entirely sure what the scale should be, but let's just say she gets paid that. And, you know, the game makes $400 million or something. That is a very small chunk of the overall pie. And so you reduce that, like, if she makes 500,000 off it. Again, the game is going to make millions and millions of dollars, like I said, so that's a very small part of it. And for the amount that she bring, I'm sure a game developer is more essential. No one's de-emphasizing the importance of the developers, but the actors involved. You know, there is no show without the actors, and the actors. You know, an actor's performance can often make or break someone's investment, right? You know, combined with how they're written, of course, and directed. But so that means that, yes, they don't do as much overall. They don't do as much. It depends, right? It depends on how many lines they're recording and all of that. But you do deserve to get proportionately paid for how successful the game is going to be. And you do deserve to play Red Dead 2 without good voice actors and get back. Yeah, that's the thing. Voice actors are extremely important. I think everyone who works on it is incredibly important, but the actors are extremely important. Yeah, This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a fun one to edit, I imagine. Probably not gonna be as much of a pain as last time, just a little bit of a pain, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna take a pee, so I'll be right back. In the meantime, you know, keep an eye on him. And I think another interesting thing about this, right, is the idea that she's not even getting residuals. Like, this is an important thing, right? Because it's not just that she's getting paid a flat rate, but she's not getting paid for for the repeated use of her lines. She's not getting ongoing compensation depending on how success. There's a lot of things, like they can use her voice and her lines in an unlimited capacity without having to, and they can continue to make money off of it, and they have no contractual obligation to give her a slice of that, despite the fact that she put the work in for those lines. And it is, I think that is something else that really needs to be talked about. And there's a lot of dimensions to it. I'm not saying it's black and white. And maybe the look. It's entirely possible that the amount she was asking for was too high, but they didn't even. They didn't seem like, from what we're seeing here, there didn't even seem like much room for back and forth. What did she do to get them so mad? I don't even know if she did anything to get them mad. I think they just might have just... She's not big enough... It might be that she's not big enough to leverage them. That's definitely a possibility. It's possible she just doesn't have the leverage needed, if I had to guess. When was the last Bayonetta game? I'm not sure what bearing that has, but Bayonetta 2 was in 2014, I believe. Which means that she's probably... Imagine if she had if something is big enough, you can live off residuals. Like, you gotta remember that this is... Something we gotta also remember here is that the game developers, they can live off of their career, right? I'm going to rephrase that. Like, they're getting paid a consistent wage every week, and so they're always working. Voice actors, unless you're one of the big names, you're not always working, so you want to be able. So I think it's only fair that voice actors get paid a decent wage because they have a lot more inconsistency in their workflow because of the nature of their profession, and that's why something like residuals is so important, right? Because it helps to cover the space in between, like, because you can do a really major game but then still not get anything for a while after that. It's sometimes a slow burn. I'm not saying that's a be-all end-all argument. I think it's just another well, that's the thing. I don't know how much we can trust the insiders. I don't. That's the thing. Well, we don't. It's Well, that's the acting industry in general. That it's a. But the problem, I guess, the thing we're talking about here isn't how the industry is. Well, we are talking about how the industry is, but we're talking about how it ought to be. Like, what is actually fair? What is actually reasonable? And it's the frustrating thing, right? When your employment is dependent on people who don't really know anything about the craft, who don't know anything about what they're doing. Yeah, so residuals are, it's a, that is, so yeah, like that's the thing. Like, if something is successful and you played a part in that, you should be, ideally you should be rewarded for that, and residuals are a very good way to do that. Now, I think that maybe she would have been more open to the lower sum, like maybe not still ultra open, but I think she would have still been open if she was at least given residuals for Bayonetta 3. But if she wasn't, like, if those, because I'm going off those insider reports, right? Like, she if she was at least given residuals along with it, like if they compromised in the middle, that might have been one thing. But she's not going to get, like, let's just say that the game does gangbusters, which it very well could. Like, Bayonetta's a popular franchise, like not like the most popular, but still popular enough. Like, she's not going to really get a proportionate amount of that pie. She shouldn't have lambasted Jennifer Hale the way that she did. Well, here's the thing, right? I'm not sure I would call that lambasting. I think she was more just frustrated with someone else taking the part in general. Like, I think she could have phrased that kinder, to be sure. I disagree with that, but I don't think it was that scathing, if that makes sense, right? Like, she even, and I think she was more saying that she, it was more like, she was more like advising in a not so nice way, like how Jennifer should maybe be handling it. And I don't know even if I agree with what she was saying there. I'm just trying to be good faith in that, especially when she did go out of her way to say, I love voice actors. I'm supportive of them. And I don't think she wasn't. I don't think it was a lambast. I think it was a, it was a general reflection. Like, yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, this is why I try to be really careful with how I phrase things, because how people will interpret what I say is often influenced by the tone of voice that I use. And my choice of phrasing. So I could phrase something that isn't meant to be something really harsh, but because I used an aggressive tone, because I used some, I guess you could call it short language, as in the sense of being short with someone. So I just use some very direct language, that can send a much harsher picture to a lot. That can paint a much harsher picture to a lot of. It might be. Look, I don't. And again, we don't know. I'm trying to be good faith here, but ultimately we don't know the reality. We might never know, because we've now got. What do we have here? We have. I think we have a little bit of a he said, she said situation. I'm like, my bias, my inclination is to take the side of the voice actress, because we know for a fact that voice actors continuously get mistreated in this industry. But it's possible that, there was at least exaggeration on her part. I don't know. It's just important to use it as an opportunity to talk about the problems with the industry in general, you know? It's that classic thing of cursing someone out aggressively, seeming more offensive than telling them. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Hearsay, yeah, it's hearsay. That's probably a better, like, it's hearsay, and we can contextualize it with what we know about the larger industry, so we can determine what has a larger statistical chance of being true. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, if that makes sense. To be fair, if I was given 4K for a role that I've already reprised twice, in an age where most voice acting roles are starting to become paycheck to paycheck, I'd be pretty upset. That's the thing. This is paycheck to paycheck, right? And again, like, the lack of residuals is a huge, huge thing. Because if you're not going to give residuals, you need to give a larger paycheck. I think that should be a rule, right? Like, if something... You need to sweeten the pot in order to get someone to go along with something that might not be as ideal as they were hoping. And like, of course, they had every right to offer her the amount that they did. But that does, it's one of those things where it's like, just because it's not illegal doesn't make it the right thing to do. So yeah, that's something to talk about. So that's going to be, I think that's going to be an interesting situation to see unfurl at the very least. I know my mind is definitely going to change, and my opinion is going to evolve with the information that comes out. And I think there's going to be a lot of unknowns that are going to linger for a long, long while. I think there are going to be a lot of contradictory reports coming out about what the situation actually was. And so we just kind of we got to take it by ear. Take it with a grain of salt. And I think it's better, if nothing else, just to use that as an opportunity to talk about how voice actors are not being valued as the commodity that they are. Especially, again, like the Charles Martinet thing, I think speaks spades about it, where they would rather go with the big Hollywood name because they think that the big Hollywood name is going to sell more. When what is Chris Pratt in that movie marketing wise, if not a name on a poster? Like, no one's gonna see Chris Pratt on screen. They're just gonna hear his voice. Anyway, so anyone yeah, and the thing is, right, this is not a call to hate Platinum Games, or anything. Like, I am, I'm going to be as good faith as possible and say there's probably still a lot of, well-meaning, good faith, hardworking developers, at Platinum, and they do still make good games. This is the problem. It's like the CD Projekt Red thing, right, where there's a lot of sensational people working for CD Projekt Red, to be sure, but when you have, the problem is the executives at the top who make the larger decisions that don't take into account a lot of the people down the bottom, and also just a lot of logistical factors. Like, that's the problem, and it's why I am hesitant to paint anything with a very broad brush, because it's when it's even like a group of, even like within a group of like 100, 200, 300 people, or even like 50, 40, 50, 60 people, you're going to get a lot of variance in there, and chances are, you know, the people who make the decisions, they're going to be like, there's going to be 10 people maybe at most that have most of the power and that can make the calls that end up screwing everyone else, and then everyone else kind of gets dragged along for the ride. So it's very important to just keep that in perspective, for sure. So, got a fun little activity before we move on to the after show, which is going to be Alien Isolation. So, anyone who has seen my Beware My Rules, yeah, it was such a holy fuck, dude, what were you thinking when you posted that? Even if you're innocent, what the fuck were you thinking when you posted that? Anyone who's, so we're going to move on to Alien Isolation stream, but there's something I did during one of the Alien Isolation streams that I think a lot of people found funny, which was I was, you know, anyone who watched it knows that I got hammered as fuck. I just got wasted because I was trying to conquer my fear. I was trying to kick my fear in its big fat penis. I was trying to penis that fear in the fat, if you know what I mean. So I got wasted. But then inexplicably, I broke out into rap. Not only rap, one of the most complicated raps, one of the more complicated raps that you'll find. Like, it's been outdone by a few since it got made, but it's still pretty difficult. It's called Alphabet Aerobics, and I went through Alphabet Aerobics while I was drunk, and I got through the whole thing, and I only slurred and stumbled a couple of times, which a lot of people found to be absolutely insane. So for those who haven't heard Alphabet Aerobics, I am going to quickly give you a refresher right now. Artificial amateurs aren't at all amazing. Analytically, I assault, animate things, broken barriers, bounded by the bomb beat. Buildings are broken, basically I'm bombarding. Casually create catastrophes, casualties, canceling cats, got their cannabis collapsing. Detonator, dimer, dank, daily doing dough. Demonstrations, Don data on the down low. Eating other editors with each and every energetic, epileptic episode, elevated etiquette. Furious, fat, fabulous, fantastic. Flurries of funk felt feeding the fanatics. Gift got Greek, global goods gone glorious. Getting godly in his game with the goriest. Hit 'em high, hella high, historical. Hey, Holocaust hint serum, holler at your homeboy. Imitators idolize, I intimidate. In an instant, I'll rise in an irate state. Juiced on my jams like Jerry curls, Chuck and Joyce, just least, just me, writing my journal. Kindly I'm kindling all kinds of ink on. Karate kick type Brits in my kingdom. Let me live a long life. Lyrically, lessons is learned, lame lousy, just loose to my livery. My mind makes marvelous moves, masters, marvel and move, many mark what I mastered. Ninja snap, knowing I'm nice naturally. Knack never lack, make noise naturally. Operation opposition, off not optional. Out of sight, out of mind, why beaming opticals. Perfected poems, powerful punchline, pummeling, pity potter puffs in my prime. Quite, quote, keep quiet as quantum. Correlers ain't got a quarter of what we gotta. Really raw raps, rising up rapidly, riding the Russian radioactivity. Super scientific gold sound search on. Silencing super fire saps that are soft. Tells 10 time talented, too tough. Take that, challengers, get a tune up. Universal, unique, untouched, unadulterated, the raw, uncut. Verb vice, Lord, victorious, valid. Violate, vibe that a vein make 'em vanish. While I'm all well with a wise words, mint just weaving up words, weeded up on my workshops. Xerox my X radiation alts, extra large, X hot letters and xylophone tones. Yellowback, yak mouth, young ones, yards. Yesterday's lawn yard sale, I yawn. Zigzag zombie, zoom into the zenith. Zero and zen thoughts, overzealous rhymes, zealots. So that is how it goes. In case you're not aware. So I like doing that because I enjoyed the process of memorizing that song all the way back in 2017 because that gave me something to do. It gave me a good tongue twister to pull out during warm-ups. And it gives me a good party trick to pull out. I don't know, I enjoy doing something challenging like that. Something, especially when it's a memory thing, because I like pushing my memory to the limit because ADHD makes memory difficult. So if I can do activities that rely on memory and all of that, it helps to keep that brain, you know, flushing about. So let's see. Let's see what people are saying. Gotta go fast. So, however, there is another one that I tried to do, and I think I was a little bit burned out from memorizing alphabet aerobics, and I just never quite got there. And it's called, oh God, what have I done? I went all the way back when I didn't mean to go back. Oh, no. Where is it? Oh, no, that's too far. So it's called Alphabet Insanity. So this one is by one Mac Lethal. It's a similar sort of thing, but it's even more complicated. And so I was thinking that something I can do during these streams is I can, we at the end, towards the end, or maybe at the beginning, maybe just to shake things up, I can work on, we can see if this works, because this is the great thing about the stream repository is this is an experimental space. So I want to memorize this, and I want to eventually get it through at its full speed. So I want to go through it slowly here on the stream, and the stream gives me an excuse to go through it, so I'm not having to make time all the time. This allows me to do it in a structured way, and you people get to see me fuck up when I'm going through it, right? And you get to see the progress every single week as I conquer the parts that I was stumbling on, because that's how I did alphabet aerobics. I didn't spoiler alert, I didn't memorize that all at once. I did it piecemeal. I did it letter by letter, and I just kept repeating the parts that I was stumbling on, and then A turned into B, turned into C, turned into it went all the way down, and then eventually I had the whole thing memorized, and that was a very satisfying feeling. And now I kind of want to do that with Alphabet Insanity. And if I succeed with this, Alphabet Insanity 2. I will join you, meme. We will have a wall to conquer together. Good. Very good, Jose. Have you memorized Alphabet Aerobics first? Because that might help as a starter. But if you want to jump straight to Insanity, I feel free. Feel free. So, let's I've got it up right here. I've got the lyrics on screen for you people, but I've got the bigger lyrics here for myself. So, it's I adamantly attack the alphabet with an anecdotal algorithm made of adamantium, like an Adderall addicted anaconda, or an alcoholic, or an asshole like A-Rod, no anabolics, but I brutally and beautifully butcher the banging bee, brushing bubbly all over your boobie and booty beak, because I'm a carpenter. I come carving your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet, crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Delicious, I didn't drive and drink, whether diamonds or dimes, man. I'm diving deep like an electric eel. I'm elegantly eloquent with every cent I've ever earned, just entered in the election. I've got 11 brains like an enormously educated Einstein with elephantitis of the erection. A freak, I'm fighting like a flat-footed felon. 5 falcons just flew to a fountain and fell in. Googling googly-eyed girls to get inside. Golly gee, from Glasgow to Guatemala's gentrified. A hippopotamus is high on heroin. He heckles me and hires Haitian Hank to hand his hoe a hysterectomy. In hateful hieroglyphs, I hurl out hyperbolic hubris and hang with hipster Helen. That's the hooker with the huge hips. I'm ill. I'm Icarus. I ignite idiots and idioms and issues, jumpy jargon, I joust like Jacare Jivin, Japanese judo and jujitsu, killing them like a kid, got a kilogram of ketamine for Kwanzaa, knit a kimono made of Komodo dragon skin, rich like a Klingon, kicking it at the Kremlin, but I'm kicking through the door, call me the Kramer Kardashian, lethal, literally, this is the part where I can't even go through it. So that's kind of what I've got. So far, I've progressed there, and that's kind of that's not the memorization barrier. That is the I literally can't read it yet barrier. So we're gonna try and work on this slowly and see how we do, and just see if I can smooth it out even more. And this kind of gives you an idea of the process, right? This kind of shows over time how things prove and change and evolve, and I'm happy to provide that. Calzone is pronounced calzone. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I think, I think you are correct that it's pronounced calzone, but I think the rhyme only works if he says calzone. So, because look at how it goes. He goes crumble and cron. Is it cron or crone? I think it's cron because there's no e. Crumble and cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. So I think he would. I'm pretty sure he says it in the rap as calzone, and that's because he's kind of changed the pronunciation to rhyme with the previous thing. So he's doing a sneak there. I tried and got tongue twisted at Melancholy Mayhem. I'm impressed. Have you heard? Have you actually listened to him rapping it? Like that's actually pretty impressive. You got M. Cron equals chronic equals weed. Okay, good to know. You guys can check the lyrics for me because there are words in here I don't know what they mean, and it's difficult for me to do words that I don't know what they mean. Yeah, approximate rhymes. Yeah, approximate. So let's go. I adamantly attack the alphabet with an anecdotal algorithm made of adamantium. I'm like an Adderall-addicted anaconda or an alcoholic or an asshole like A-Rod, no anabolics, but I brutally and beautifully butcher the bang and beat, brushing bubbly all over your booby and booty beat. Because I'm a carpenter, come and carve in your carcass, keeping all your carpfish crushed on your carpet. Wait, did I get that wrong? I'm cramming it, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet. Yeah, I think I got that. Crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm trying to not look at it right now. Stuffing it full of I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Delicious. I don't drive and drink. Okay, so I've got ABC mostly memorized, and then everything after I can kind of do if I read off the sheet. So we're gonna try and get better than that. I adamantly attack the alphabet with an anecdotal algorithm made of adamantium. I'm like an Adderall-addicted anaconda or an alcoholic or an asshole like A-Rod, no anabolics. But I brutally and beautifully butcher the bang and beat, brushing bubbly all over your booby and booty beat. Because I'm a carpenter. Is it cause or because? Okay, because I'm a carpenter. Come and carve in your carcass, keeping all your carpfish crushed on your carpet. No, leaving. I think the reason I'm expecting it to make a C or a K sound, but no, it's leaving. Okay, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet. Crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Delicious. I didn't drive and drink, whether diamonds or dimes man. I'm diving deep like an electric eel. I'm elegantly eloquent. And every cent I've ever earned just entered me in the election. I got 11 brains like an enormously educated Einstein with elephantitis of the erection. A freak. I'm fighting a flat-footed felon. 5 falcons just flew to a fountain and fell in. Googling googly-eyed girls to get inside. Golly gee, from Glasgow to Guatemala's gentrified. A hippopotamus is high on heroin. Heroin? Who is heroin? Where can I get heroin from heroin? Yeah, it's definitely calzone because there's no way to twist it otherwise to rhyme. Halloween. I'm stretching the inside. I'm doing the one stretch that will stretch the inside of the throat, which is sticking the tongue out all the way and smiling. That would be a cool Lord of the Rings name, I was trying to say. I really hope that someone is watching the VOD of this right now, and they just skip randomly to a point in time, and they just end up on and that's their first exposure to the stream repository, and they stay with the show ever since because they know that they're gonna have a good time. Hello, little one. Okay, let's try this again. I adamantly attack the alphabet with an anecdotal algorithm made of adamantium. I'm like an Adderall-addicted anaconda or an alcoholic or an asshole like A-Rod, no anabolics, but I brutally and beautifully butcher the bang and beat, brushing bubbly all over your booby and booty beat because I'm a carpenter. Come and carve in your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet. I'm cramming it, no wait, it's crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Okay, I'm gonna go over C a few times. Because I'm a carpenter. I come carving your carcass, leaving all the carpfish crushed on the carpet. What is it? Crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Maybe I just need to go over that part. Crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Okay. So, crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's my calzone. It's mine. You can't have it. It's a calzone. Because I'm a carpenter. Come and carve in your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on your carpet. Crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. There we go. So crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies. I think that's the reason I got stuck, because that's the part I got stuck on all those years ago. And I think it's because crumbling cron in Colorado with my cal cronies was nonsense to me. And I can't put nonsense in my brain. I need to hook it to something, you know? I knew what all the words meant in alphabet aerobics. Not so much here. My goodness. Crew, cram, crow, cram. Interesting. Well, I know what it means now because I've Googled the words. Like, I didn't know what cron meant. I still don't know what calcronies means, but I assume it means, I don't know, California cron. I'm going to look it up. Calcronies. Crony capitalism, what? Crony. What is a... I thought crony was like hoodlum or henchman. What is cal? Cal could... There's a brand called California Golden Bears. Or it could be... Oh, is that a football team? So they're fans of the California Golden Bears? Is that what a calcrony is? Okay, cool. I got it right. California cronies. See, we're learning something, and the knowledge I learn, I can help it to sink that line in a bit better. So it's because I'm a carpenter, I come carving your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on your carpet. Crushed on the carpet. The carpet. Damn it. I think it's because he said your carcass. I'm expecting it to be your carpet. Okay. Because I'm a carpenter, I come carving your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet. Because I'm a carpenter, I come carving your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet. Crumbling cron in Colorado with my cow cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Delicious, I didn't drive and drink. Whether diamonds or dimes, man, I'm diving deep. Like an electric eel, I'm eloquently eloquent, and every cent I ever earned just entered me into the election. Or in the election. I got 11 brains like an enormously educated Einstein with elephantitis of the erection. A freak, I'm fighting a flat-footed felon. 5 falcons just flew to a fountain and fell in. Googling googly-eyed girls to get inside. Golly gee, from Glasgow to Guatemala's gentrified. A hippopotamus is high on heroin. He heckles me and hires Haitian Hank to hand his hoe a hysterectomy. Okay, that's getting better. That's definitely getting better. I'm definitely not at full speed yet, but it's getting better. You have to conquer the lyrics before you can conquer the speed, you know. And cronies are friends. Okay, so cronies. So cronies does mean what I thought it meant. Cool, because I got the first thing that came up with cow cronies was crony capitalism, and I was just like, what in hell kind of concept is this? Now my tongue won't behave during Googling. Okay, you got to stretch it. Okay, so curl your tongue up against the roof of your mouth, and then do it the opposite way against your bottom teeth, and then kind of you want to. So much like how you would stretch when you're working out, you need to stretch your tongue because your tongue is a muscle. So if your tongue is not cooperating, you need to stretch your tongue. You need to unclench your jaw. You need to do some jaw unclenching there, like just open your mouth, open your jaw up really wide, and like try not to. But try to keep your jaw back while you're doing it. Like your bottom jaw, you want to keep that back while opening it wide, so that'll stretch the jaw muscles. And then, again, the only way to stretch the inside of the throat is to stick the tongue directly out and do the smile, and make sure to do the tongue all the way. And then you can also do some neck stretches while you're there. See, this is where my training went. This is where it's gone. This is all the... This is what I did. This is what I did with it, Ma. What I did with it. My wife won't like you for making me make faces, but I'll try. Well, you know, sometimes we have to sacrifice things, you know? We have to sacrifice, we have to make sacrifices to get to the top. Let me know if you need help with that last one. For a second I thought you were talking about, I thought you were making a joke about the final lyric, which is like just zebra. But no, I get you now. I get you. I adamantly attack the alphabet with an anecdotal algorithm made of adamantium, like an Adderall-addicted anaconda, or an alcoholic, or an asshole, like A-Rod, no anabolics, but I brutally and beautifully butcher the bang and bee, brushing bubbly all over your booby and booty because I'm a carpenter. Come and carving your carpet. Carpet is the next line. Because I'm a carpenter, come and carving your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet. Crumbling crawn in Colorado with my cow cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Delicious. I didn't drive and drink. Whether diamonds or dimes, man, I'm diving deep like an electric eel. I'm eloquently eloquent, and every cent I've ever earned just entered me in the election. I got 11 brains like an enormously educated Einstein, with elephantitis of the erection. A freak. I'm fighting a flat-footed felon. 5 falcons just flew to a fountain and fell in. Googling googly-eyed girls to get inside. Golly G from Glasgow to Guatemala gentrified. A hippopotamus is high on heroin and heckles me and hires Haitian Hank to hand his hoe a hysterectomy in hateful hieroglyphs. One day I will figure out how to get this chat plugin to display live chat. One day. It'll happen. Oh, in the song, it's zebra. In the song, it's zebra, and I'm going to say zebra. Take off zebra. But when I will say it out of context, I will say zebra. Like all rational people should. Okay. See, I'm trying to say golly gee before googly. I adamantly attack the alphabet with an anecdotal algorithm made of adamantium, like an Adderall-addicted anaconda, or an alcoholic, or an asshole, like A-Rod, no anabolics, but I brutally and beautifully butcher the bang and bee, brushing bubbly all over your booby and booty beat. Because I'm a carpenter, I come carving your carcass, leaving all these carpfish crushed on the carpet, crumbling crawn in Colorado with my cow cronies. I'm cramming it full of condiments like it's a calzone. Delicious. I didn't drive and drink, whether diamonds or dimes, man, I'm diving deep. Like an electric eel, I'm elegantly eloquent in every cent I ever earned. It just entered me into the election. In the election. I got 11 brains like an enormously educated Einstein with elephantitis of the erection. A freak. I'm fighting a flat-footed felon. 5 falcons just flew to a fountain and fell in. Googling googly-eyed girls to get inside. Golly G from Glasgow to Guatemala's gentrified. What the fuck? What is gentrified? Gentrified. Okay. So, I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and then I'm going to start the after show, which is going to be the next part of Alien Isolation, because I feel like that's worth it. And also I'm going to feed the cats as well. So I'll be right back, in the sense that the stream is now going to end, and then it's going to start again with the after show. So look forward to that if you've been looking forward to more Alien Isolation. So see you in a bit.